Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. A little bit of a gloomy day in Chi-Town. The Cubs hosting the Pirates at the friendly confines for the finale of their three-game set. Overcast skies, temps in the high 50s. Northsiders looking to extend their win streak to 4 straight. Flags are going right there. All right, Sierra Santos and Jamie Hirsch getting you set for game time. Jamie, the Cubs have the Pirates number.
You think?
Yeah. There was that game on April 23rd. They trounced them 21-0. That was the largest shutout win since 1901. Then on Monday, Northsiders shut them out again at 9-0. On Tuesday, you know what happened?
Yeah.
Another shutout.
Another shutout.
7-0. If they blank Pittsburgh again today, it'll be their first shutout series sweep in the modern era. So we're looking at some history today.
Yeah, and very exciting, too, for baseball fans, mostly for Cubs fans. Not so much for the Pirates. They have a total of 8 hits in the last 3 games. That's just hits, right? We're not even talking about runs scored, because they haven't had any of those either. But they did have a run that scored without a hit on Sunday. One of the craziest things we've seen this season, right?
Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy things that we've seen so far this season, but we want to get you to some things that you need to know about the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. The best part, Jamie, is that it's free.
We like that.
Yeah, after today, we will have 12 more games during the regular season, so be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. So what you're gonna do, click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games. But for now, let's take a look at last night's matchup between the Pirates and Cubs.
Jonathan VR here. That one drilled out towards left center field. Pretty well struck on its way, and it's gone! Jonathan VR, his first homer of the year.
Infield is in, 1 away. Cubs lead by a run.
This one in the air, Suzuki. Seiya makes the catch. Here comes Vogelback. Throw to the plate. Out at the plate. Wilson Contreras was basically like, are you okay? And Vogelback started to beef a little bit. I don't know what Daniel was upset about.
And here's Ian Happ. Happ hits a sky-high pop fly on the left side of the infield. And that ball drops. And everybody is safe. Unbelievable. Here's a swing and a line drive, left center field. That's a base hit. 2-run double. Seiya Suzuki. Cubs lead 3-0.
Hughes will make his big league debut. First out recorded in the career of Brandon Hughes. Brandon Hughes, pretty good big league debut. 5 strikeouts.
Hey, we got another big league debut here. This is from Morel as they got the rhythmic clap going and all the fans are fully on board.
In his first major league at bat, he goes yard. What a night here at Wrigley.
How special is that?
The best part was the reaction from Wilson Contreras, because they had this back and forth conversation, and Morel actually predicted that he was going to go out there and do something big. So that's why Contreras just absolutely exploded out of the bench. He freaked out. He was so excited for him. And it was a really, you see him round the bases. He forgets to touch first.
Whoops.
Which is so sweet. It was such a, like I said, it was pure.
Innocent.
Yeah, and so it was really exciting to see him do that. And not too many times you're going to get a home run on your first major league.
I mean, it's so special. It's something he'll never forget. He's from the Dominican Republic, so I'm sure everyone was watching back home and cheering him on. He is the number 21 prospect for the Cubs, according to MLB Pipeline. But what a night for him that he'll never forget. And unfortunately for the Pirates, you know, they're just like, okay, another run, put it on the board. Again, 16-0. That's how bad these first 2 games have been for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's what they've been outscored in those first 2 games. And so they're certainly going to look to bounce back a little bit tonight.
Yeah, and that's what it is. The biggest Achilles heel for the Pirates, their offense. They're just struggling to score runs. In those 6 games, they've scored a total of 6 total runs. Their 119 runs in the NL are the fewest in the National League.
Not the kind of history you want to be making. And like you said, they could make history in the wrong way today as well. Yikes.
Yeah, they're just struggling to find consistency. But oddly enough, this series is actually split up. It's 4-4 out of the 8 games. So it is as lopsided as the wins have been. It's not necessarily a lopsided series.
Right. You mentioned that 21-0 win Chicago had back in late April, just a few weeks ago. Well, that series, you're right, Pittsburgh won 3 of 4. So it's not just like the Cubs have dominated them every single game. And so I guess if you're a Pirates fan watching, that is a glimmer of hope. And with that, we take a look at tonight's lineup, starting with the visiting Pirates. Brian Hayes will be back in the leadoff spot. He got a day off on Tuesday to try to shake off some cobwebs. He was batting just 2 for 21 with 3 Ks over his last 6 games. But again, like Sierra said, they just had 6 total runs over their last 6 games. So it's not just his problem, right? He's going to look for a much better outing tonight. Daniel Vogelbach will DH for Pittsburgh against the team that drafted him in the 2nd round back in 2011. He had a triple, his first career triple in last night's loss at the friendly confines. We saw in that highlight, though, that he got into it a little bit with Contreras at home plate because he actually got thrown out trying to score on a sac fly. But I think he'll focus on the triple, right?
They had some words, a couple words.
Yeah, that was one of just 5 hits on the night, by the way, for the Pirates. And again, just 3 hits in Monday's matchup. So, I mean, you got to think that if you're in that room, if you're in that clubhouse, there's just a message of, okay, guys, we're due.
We got to get something.
We're due. This is baseball. It's a game of failure. We know that. But at some point, when the failure ends up amounting to quite this level, you know that you're going to be due.
And the Cubs have been able to turn it around a little bit. Let's take a look at their starting lineup. Wilson Contreras behind the plate, batting second. His on-base percentage is over 500 with 10 runs scored in his last 10 games. Seiya Suzuki with 7 RBI in 8 games against the Pirates. He's got a .303 average against them with a 2 RBI double yesterday. And Christopher Morel playing third, batting 8th, getting his first major league start after that pinch hit home run in his first big league at bat.
By the way, we're going to talk to Patrick Wisdom later in the show.
Yeah.
Going to have to ask him about that, right?
Absolutely. We want to see what it was like firsthand from a guy who got to witness it. Now let's get you out to our guys in the booth. Scott Braun and Yonder Alonso.
Sarah, I'm so thankful for YouTube hooking us up with these YouTube raincoats. Eddie Bauer, how you doing? Because it's not freezing, but it's just not a warm night for baseball at Wrigley.
I don't know if we need the jackets or do we need a heater? Do we not?
Things are going to change. If the heaters come in, then the T-shirt time comes out again. So you know how we do it on YouTube. And also, speaking of heaters, that's what the Cubs offense is on right now. We're going to see some of their best bats. Even though these teams have similar records, the Cubs just seem like they're flying at the moment. They had a really rough stretch. But what do you like from their offense?
Well, for the past 8 games, they've scored 43 runs to 18. And I think it comes down to their top 3 hitters, right? With Contreras, Happ, and Suzuki. I think Contreras right now is on an absolute display every single night. He's hitting everything from right center to left center. Suzuki, obviously, with the eye, he's making some adjustments as well. But Happ, steady Eddie, loves to play the Pirates. He's a Pirate killer.
Also, I'm excited to talk about, just look at the name in the lineup, Morel. Just check that out. That's all I'm going to say. And then we'll teach you about how special this player is and how electric he is yesterday for this Chicago Cubs team. So on the Pittsburgh side, I know they're in the doldrums right now. It's been a little bit of a rough time period for them, especially in this series. But you talked to their manager, Derek Shelton, earlier today, and we feel like the vibes are pretty even keel from him.
It is. It is a very tough job. Obviously, they haven't had a good go at this in the beginning of the year. But listen, for Derek Shelton, it just comes down to pitching. And they're the worst right now when it comes to pitching in ERA out of 4.78. So they got to pitch better, especially when you're looking at the Pittsburgh Pirates, and their stadium is a pitcher-friendly park.
Right, so you shouldn't have an ERA like that. And I know this is a team that's in development mode, and that's what they're trying to teach every single day. But also, I mean, Mitch Keller, one of their top prospects for years, was supposed to start in this one. We were excited to see him. We might see him out of the bullpen. They're going with Will Crow. We'll get into all of that. We have a lot to discuss.
That's right.
Under the lights at Wrigley with the raincoats, we're all set up and ready to go. We'll see you for game time, okay? Sierra, Jamie, back to you.
Oh, our favorite Twins. As he mentioned, Mitch Keller was slated to get the start for the Pirates, but he was moved to the bullpen. That decision was made last night. So let's talk about Will Crow, who is going to be on the mound, first start of his season. He's been a reliever all season long, and he's been great. 13 relief appearances. He's allowed 6 earned in 21 innings. He's also pitched really well against the Cubs. Drew Smiley is 0-4 in his last 4 starts for the Northsiders with a 5.40 ERA in that span. He had a solid start against the Pirates where he got the win, tossed 5 scoreless, but in his last time facing the Pirates squad, he got roughed up a bit, giving up 4 earned in a 4-2 loss.
Ouch. Well, we know hits have been coming at a premium for Pittsburgh lately, so that brings us to our poll question. How many hits do you think the Pirates are going to have against the Cubs today?
Ooh.
0, 1-3, 4-6, they did have 5 yesterday, or 7 or more? Let's be positive. I'm going 7 or more. Keep in mind, recent history has shown the Buccos don't need a lot of hits to pull off a win. We will show results a little later in the show. When we come back, we continue to get you set for game time at Wrigley Field. We're going to have Patrick Wisdom joining us after a great night in Wrigleyville.
Hey baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Cubs have won 6 of their last 8, and the Cubby faithful are hoping to see another one today. Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. All right, Patrick Wisdom of the Cubs joins us now. We're previewing the matchup coming up tonight. But before we get into tonight, Patrick, I wanted to ask you about last night. Christopher Morel, pinch hits for him, goes yard on his very first major league at bat. He was so caught up in the moment, he misses first base. How fun is it to celebrate milestones like that with your teammates?
Oh man, it gives me goosebumps right now. That was pretty special. I've been around Morel the last couple years at the alt side and spring training, so I got to know him pretty well. And to see that happen, I mean, that was an awesome dream come true for him, and I was so happy to be a part of it and give him a high five when he came in the dugout.
And you know what it means to have a big moment, to have a big break. I mean, I was reading about your journey here, right? You finally got that big break just last season after over 10 years down in the minors. So how did you keep the faith through all those years down in the minors, and who was really pivotal in you finally making it?
Yeah, great question, because keeping the faith is hard. I mean, it's a hard game we play. It can take a toll on you mentally, but I think just, you know, keep putting one foot in front of the other, knowing that, you know, you got another pitch, you got the next game to get to be great, and so that's, you know, I kept my mind on that, and you know, my family, my wife, I've had some coaches play some huge pivotal roles in my career, and so, you know, I owe it to them just to keep me on the right path and, you know, to keep me sane and, you know, keep those blinders on, essentially.
All right, kind of piggybacking off of what Jamie just asked, your path was anything but traditional. 866 games in the minors. You make your MLB debut at 29 years old, and you absolutely show out. So how often do you actually keep up with your former teammates who are still chomping at the bit to get to the show, and what advice do you offer them?
Yeah, I mean, all the time. I'm still the same dude. We just play in different stadiums, but you know, I think the real ones, you know, like your real friends, they're always there for you, no matter if you're in the big leagues or in the minors, and whether you're struggling or you're 4 for 4. So, you know, I got a good network of friends, and you know, we all chit chat back and forth about how to stay, you know, mentally sane and mentally engaged in the game, and not let you know, the bad games take us down too low.
You know, you also play a really solid third base, right? I know you're a big barrel guy. Like, you barrel up a lot of balls, more than most guys in the majors right now. But I want to go to your defense, because I was reading that you recently turned a double play on a grounder that came at you with an exit velo over 108 miles per hour. I mean, you can't even really practice that, right? When you guys are going through BP or anything, you can't just have someone hit 108 miles per hour at you on the daily. So how do you stay so locked in, and what's it been like for you to be so solid at third?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, at BP, if someone hits 108 at me and I'm standing at third, I'm probably getting out of the way during batting practice. But you know, when we're in the game, I'm gonna try to knock it down, get it in the glove. But yeah, I mean, that was just pure reaction, and when it's hit that hard, all you got to do is just react. And it found the glove, and we were able to turn a double play. And so yeah, that was a fun one. I like that one.
Okay, Patrick. So I thought I could dance. But my dude, you look like you are the most fun at weddings. How much do you, yeah, there he goes. There we go.
Right on cue.
Okay. How much, though, do you turn up in the clubhouse?
Oh, man, if there's good songs on, you can find me grooving.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. See, yeah, last year they were playing some good music here at Wrigley, and I saw Willie, our third base coach, Willie Harris, getting down. So, you know, I just felt the vibe and just let it go. And you'll catch me, yeah, see, you'll catch me doing it. There's good songs on.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh my gosh, wow, that's a throwback.
Oh, we've got the Macarena. Okay, so we're really emptying the tank here. I mean, you've got a spectrum.
You went to some archives to find those.
Our archives go deep, my man. Like, we will find anything. And your arsenal is heavy.
I mean, yeah, you got to keep it loose out there. It's my way of, you know, staying loose and just creating good energy and, you know, having fun. It's a game, and, I mean, I get to play in Wrigley Field, and play alongside these guys. I just got to have fun with it.
When did you really let loose? I mean, was that something even down in the minors? You were confident enough to really break out the dance moves? Or, I mean, were you a kid that was dancing, you know, in Little League? I mean, when did you really come into your own as a dancer and feel like, okay, I can do this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess on camera last year is like, you know, iconic. That thing went viral. So, but I mean, as a kid, yeah, I always loved to dance. My mom taught me in the living room, you know, just bumping the speakers in the house. And so, you know, just always throughout high school dancing, me and my buddies, you know, always learning, going on YouTube, trying to find the new dance moves, following Chris Brown. I just love to dance. I love the music. I love the beat. You know, I like Michael Jackson, the way he moves. So I fell in love with it, and just kind of keep going and find your groove.
I wanted to, before we let you go, I want to ask you about your shirt. Tell me about the high fives.
Oh, yeah. So Northside High Fives. It started with me and Willie. You know, on my home run trot, we jump as high as we can. High five. It's a true high five. And then, you know, post game where we win, we're giving high fives, base hits, high fives, scoring runs, high fives. So high fives all around. And so I wanted to make a T-shirt. I'm a St. Jude ambassador, so I can sell it on my website, patrickwisdom.com. All the proceeds go to St. Jude and their research and helping the kids and the families there. So get you a Northside High Five T-shirt. You can be part of the squad. And like I said, proceeds go to St. Jude. So, you know, I couldn't be more thrilled, and the guys wearing them. It's a really comfy T-shirt, too.
All right, so go out, cop your T-shirt, your High Fives T-shirt. We'll look for you on Dancing with the Stars and at the Friendly Confines on the reg.
Hey, yeah, I'd have a blast with that. So thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you. It's time now for our Creator Spotlight, and today we focus in on Mike Borriello of Stark Raving Sports. The Stark Raving Sports channel tells sports stories that blend education with comedy. That sounds fun. Mike is a Mets fan whose favorite baseball moment is a little unorthodox. Dae-Sung Koo's double off Randy Johnson. So I guess we're going to have to investigate that.
I need some answers on this, Mike.
With that, we welcome in Mike Borriello from Stark Raving Sports. So we're getting set for the Pirates and Cubs Cubs here on YouTube. The Bucks have had quite a seesaw year, winning a game without getting a hit, but also losing a game 21-0 to the squad that they're facing tonight. Ouch. So how would you assess where this Pittsburgh team is at right now?
I'd say work in progress is the first thing that comes to mind. A lot of good starting point players. Hayes comes to mind. Brian Reynolds, we've seen what he can do. He's slumped at the beginning of the year, but they've got the starting point in place. You just got to find more guys like that, whether it's in their organization, guys on the roster right now, guys in other organizations. Yeah, you just definitely got to keep that core growing.
Now, we mentioned your favorite team is the Mets, and you're originally from New York. So with the Bucks and Cubs likely sellers this year, give us a name that you would like to see your Mets go after from one of these two teams.
Give me David Bednar from Pittsburgh. You always could use a reliever on any team that's really good, high strikeout, low walk guy. ERA starts with a 1 right now, I believe. No team in baseball is going to say, oh, we don't have enough good relievers. So for a team like the Mets, for sure, which has a really good rotation, lineups playing well, bullpen's really the only thing left. So I do have to do a shout out, though, Kyle Hendricks, because Matt from Stark Raving Sports is a big Kyle Hendricks guy. So
I like it. There. Strong cases for both of those. Okay, we got to ask you about that favorite baseball moment, right? Because of all the great moments in Mets history, you're going to go with Dae-Sung Koo. Explain yourself.
Oh, where do I start? It's a 35-year-old rookie who probably hadn't swung a bat in his entire adult life, coming up against Randy Johnson left on left, and he rips a double over the center fielder's head. Mid-sentence, the broadcaster is saying something along the lines of the Mets are giving up by having him out there. Represents everything I love about baseball, and 5-year-old me was robbed from actually being there because I had pink eye that day. My pops had tickets. But yeah, so I've always been very partial to that because it represents a lot of different things about what I love about baseball.
Well, and it wasn't just that moment. I am understanding that he then went on to score from second on a bunt. You remember that part of it?
Oh, yeah. He's wearing the big pitcher's jacket and all. Definitely looks like he's not supposed to be out there running the bases. And there he is, scoring. On a bunt down the first base line, scores from second.
Oh, man, that pink eye will get you every time, my man. So your favorite moment is a pitcher getting hit. Do you miss seeing pitchers hit? Or are you a fan of DH in both leagues? Personally, I love a pitcher who can rake.
Can I say both? I miss a pitcher who can hit, like DeGrom, Zach Greinke, Mad Bum, but I think both leagues being on the same page is a really good thing. The anarchy solution to that is you take the DH out of the American League, but that's not happening. But as long as we have everything on the same page, it's fine with me.
I like it. Well, your videos on Stark Raving Sports are a blend, as we mentioned, of education and comedy. Great stuff. So what would you say is the biggest thing that you want people to take away from the content that you do create?
That baseball's fun, and it always is supposed to be. We're supposed to give you fun, deep stories, but present them in a really lighthearted way. A goal of ours is to get new people interested in the same stories that baseball fans love and the same information. So, and by doing that, we want to help do our part grow the game. So I'd say, just to specifically answer your question, that baseball is supposed to be fun and for everyone.
We love that message. We're all about having fun, especially here on YouTube, right? YouTube's the hub of fun. We already heard people talking about watching dance videos on YouTube. So well done, my friend. Keep it going, and good luck with all the success going forward.
Thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
All right, we're moments away from game time at the friendly confines. Ballpark Cam is turned on. Pirates and Cubs exclusively here on YouTube. It's a little bit chilly, Sierra. I don't know. We'll see if the Pirates can somehow warm up the bats finally when we come back.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one. Are you kidding me? It's gone. He's got another.
Mic talk. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
Fourth inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life.
Come on, baby. Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. Fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, and select either primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away radio calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. Time to get analytical with StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And for that, we bring in our expert, Anthony Castrovins from MLB.com. Anthony, thanks so much for joining us. And let's get right to it. We know this Pirates lineup isn't very prolific, right? But we do know they are very patient. You had one batter that really stood out in this category. Tell us about him.
Yeah, don't be fooled by Daniel Vogelbach's first career triple last night, his first career triple in more than 1,000 career at-bats. Speed is not his strength. It's selectivity. He's ranking third percentile in sprint speed, but in terms of selectivity, he knows what he wants. He wants those middle meatballs. He has the lowest swing rate in baseball among those with at least 250 pitches seen. And that's no fluke. In his career, he has a 33.9% swing rate. You can compare that to the league average of 47%. So I wouldn't count on seeing many more triples from Daniel Vogelbach, but definitely a lot more takes.
All right, so the Cubs lineup is led by their veteran catcher, Wilson Contreras, one of the best hitting catchers in baseball. But what makes him such a great hitter?
Yeah, you know, he's hitting the ball really hard this year. And now, obviously, we know catchers who rake are a rare and valuable commodity. And this guy is a midseason trade candidate. He's a pending free agent. So he's picking a good year to have a particularly good year. He's got the second highest hard hit rate in MLB at 59.8%. He trails only one other pending free agent to be, and that's Aaron Judge. And you look at the hard hit leaderboard and you see guys like Judge and Yordan Alvarez, Giancarlo Stanton, Vlad Guerrero Jr. We don't typically think of Contreras quite in that category. This is the highest hard hit rate of his career by 11 percentage points. But he's just on another level right now. There's really no good place to pitch him. You know, he can hit you up the middle. You go down and away, he can hit you there. He has the highest opposite field rate of his career by 12 percentage points. He's drastically reduced his K rate. So, you know, another guy who's been selective and really, really potent for the Cubs this year. So, you know, he just hit his 100th career home run. He just turned 30. So he's had a really milestone month, but I think he's got even better things in his future with free agency approaching after this year.
Yeah, if Aaron Judge is one up on you on a list, it's not bad company to be in. All right, thanks so much for your time, Anthony.
Thank you.
Time now for our picks to click. Let's make some predictions on our game coming up shortly at Wrigley Field. Okay, Jamie, first topic. Tell me the Cub who will have the most RBI in today's game.
Okay, well, I heard Yonder Alonso earlier saying that Wilson Contreras is on a tear lately, so I'm going with him because over his last 10, he's batting .382 with 5 extra base hits and 7 RBI, 14 total on the season. Wilson's my guy.
All right, for me, it's going to be Seiya Suzuki, .303 average against the Pirates. He's one of the most disciplined hitters in the majors this season. His chase rate, 11th lowest. All right, He recognizes pitches outside the zone, and he's also, his hitting numbers this season comparable to Shohei Ohtani's.
Some guy named Shohei?
Oh, just some guy, just some guy. All right, let's get to it now. We know the Pirates haven't really been hitting a lot lately, but if one person we're going to have a multi-hit game today, who would it be, Jamie?
I am going with Ke'Bryan Hayes because he had yesterday off, had some time to maybe reset everything, and now he's going to get back on the horse. He did go 4 for 4, by the way, in April against the Cubs, had a double and a ribby in that game. So I say the day off helps him get back on track. He gets multi-hits.
Okay, so you're going based on kind of like emotional reasons. Me too.
Okay.
Because I'm going Daniel Vogelbach, and this is the reason why his dust-up with Wilson Contreras yesterday at the plate, he got a little embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to come out there. He wants something to prove, right? And he's also, we saw earlier in that StatCast information that, you know, he's hitting all right, too.
He can do it. Yep, first career triple. Okay, these are the results of our poll. Most of you think that 4 to 6 hits are going to happen today for the Pirates, but 17% say they're going to get no hit again. Ouch! We will see if history happens tonight at Wrigley Field. Thanks for joining us here on YouTube. Enjoy the game.
Guess what? Summer is not here yet, not permanently at least in Chicago, but one of the most iconic sports venues on the planet is on display for the world tonight in the Windy City, and the rain is cleared. It's time for an NL Central tilt under the lights. This is the game of the week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Let's check out the Pittsburgh Pirates and Chicago Cubs in action to close out a series at Wrigley Field, Illinois. Scott Braun along with Yonder Alonso. Hello to the YouTube audience around the world. We are thrilled to be here at Wrigley Field for the Pirates and the Cubs. Very lopsided series so far. 16-0 in terms of the two games we've seen from production on the Chicago side. Yesterday was fun too, by the way. There was a lot of cool action, even though it wasn't close. So for tonight's game, this is a Pirates team that, of course, is trying to get back on the board and also show the world that the future is near. There is a roadmap to success. You see where I'm getting at here, Jan?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Look, and I think Derek Shelton, right, the manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates, he's the guy on board. He's kind of the captain of this kind of boat ride. And look, it starts with pitching. I think in the past, the Pittsburgh Pirates have had some prospects that can pitch and have gone elsewhere, and they've kind of prevailed. Well, I think they have some good ones here, and I think, to be honest with you, it just starts there. When you want to build a team, you want to build a team around pitching and defense, and then your offense, like Hayes, would be your guy to kind of lead the way.
I put a lot of work into this map of success for you, and it ends with the pot of gold. Brian Hayes looks like the future and the present franchise cornerstone, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's a special player. And look, I know everybody's kind of worried about his slugging. I know he slugged .522 last year. He's not slugging as much, but I like what they're doing with him. They're kind of hitting him leadoff. And listen, there's no question about it. He can defend the baseball. And it's funny, I talked to Manny Machado for the third baseman for the Padres. They just played each other the other day, and I said, how did he impress you? He said, let me tell you, man, he is just as good or even better than I was at that age. So it's pretty impressive getting kind of those pops from a guy like Manny Machado, who's won many awards at third base. Listen, this guy is the real deal. This guy can play some baseball, and he's going to be a Pirate for a long time.
And the power will come. We've seen it in the past. It's just been some hard-hit baseballs falling just short, according to his manager, Derek Shelton. Then on the Cubs side, they're on a quest back to playoff land. They're building themselves back up, and they have a new cornerstone as well. And he is an international talent. The name is Seiya Suzuki, and he comes with all of the credentials.
Yeah, he does. Listen, 2 batting titles, 5-time All-Star, but what I love most about it is the awards that he's won playing defense. 5 Golden Gloves. Look, this is a right fielder that can definitely play the outfield, and we've seen it this series so far, but I just love the comps, you know, with this guy. He's 27 years old, and it's very difficult to come to a country where you don't even know the language and still play the game of baseball. Look, I know he's a rookie, but he is putting some numbers when it comes to notable Japanese-born players. I think this guy is the real deal. Look, the game is kind of adjusting to him now, and he's flying open a little bit, but no question about it, this guy is going to be a rock star for the Cubs.
He is. He's funny. He's fun. 5 years, $85 million. He's paid first 18 games. He was on a tear. It was like, how do you get this guy out? The plate discipline is off the charts, too, for him. 9 extra base hits in the first 18 games. I will say this, though. The big leagues will hit you. At some point, they'll hit you, and it's come over the last 2 weeks. You know what?
It's funny talking to David Ross. He's learning how not to crash into the wall. He's kind of learning the adjustment period. He's kind of learning how to go around the ball and not kind of struggle as much. So I really like the fact that, look, he's not swinging at balls. And when you can control the zone at an early state in a season like that, and especially as a rookie year, you're going to be just fine.
Yeah, his approach is there. And yesterday, you mentioned his first outfield assist in the big leagues. We'll get into it. Let's also dive into some more details on Seiya Suzuki. Amy G joins the party. What else do you know?
Well, Suzuki, a very special player, as you guys mentioned, but not just because of his numbers. Some things you can't measure, and that's his Japanese heritage that he brings to the game. I like to call it etiquette or manners. Make sure you pay attention. If Suzuki draws a walk, he's going to walk behind the catcher and the umpire, because in Japan, it is disrespectful to walk in front of your elders. Also, gentlemen, he doesn't chew gum, because in Japan, it's considered rude and somewhat dirty to continue to open and close your mouth. He also, as you mentioned, Scott, has a great sense of humor. humor. Now, his translator, Toy, they just met in February, and they're trying to build their relationship. And Seiya said, as a translator, Toy, A+, but baseball player, not so much. This is a quote from Toy that Suzuki gave him a glove because, quote, he sucks at baseball. So the two of them are trying to play catch together and continue to build that relationship. But Cubs manager David Ross probably put it best. Suzuki brings the perfect balance of respect and humor to this game, which you guys know you need both of them. Guys?
Is there a better way to bond than playing catch? I don't think so. Suzuki is cleaning up in the lineup. We'll go over that. And first pitch time in Chi-Town coming up. The action's always free on YouTube. Tell your friends.
The first time you walk into Wrigley Field and you see, you know, all the colors, the green, the white, the blue, so vivid. It's like stepping into Oz.
Friendly confines of Wrigley Field. It's a great place to play. It's wide open, blue skies. They have the vines in the outfield after they start growing in mid-May.
You want magic? Wrigley Field has it. The look, the Cubs, the people, it's all magic.
The Cubs are the lovable Cubbies. Even when the Cubs have been terrible, which has been often, it's always been great to come to Wrigley Field. There's always been an uplifting baseball atmosphere there. And a lot of people think that that might have actually held the Cubs back. As long as they had Wrigley Field, as long as they had a loyal fan base, that maybe there wasn't the incentive to ruthlessly go for it.
Suzuki, Cubs lead.
Gamble! The flying gamble!
That is a big league play. That is not easy.
It's game time. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Presented by State Farm. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G, Wrigley Field. We'll go over that wind in just a few. I know Yonder's locked in on the weather situation. No rain. That's the great news. And also, fans, if you're new to the YouTube experience, you have the choice of listening experience. So here's the deal. You can click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of home and away radio calls, each available on your favorite device. So we're here, home and radio here. You can flip back and forth. We have interviews, by the way. We're going to talk to Kyle Hendricks. Here's his pitching teammate, Drew Smiley, the left-hander on the mound. And David Ross said, yeah, he's been solid, mid-3s ERA. He's been consistent. He's executing. And don't look at one or two ugly starts. They like what they're seeing from him.
Yeah, Drew Smiley, the left-hander, you know, he's a crafty guy. He likes his curveball. He likes his sinker. He likes his changeup. But what I really like is for when he steals strikes, and he's stealing strikes with that curveball. I love the usage of it. He's got a little baby cutter that he uses on right-handers, especially on those 2-1, 2-0 counts, wanting to get a ground ball. But look, I love Drew Smiley and what he brings to the Chicago Cubs.
3.64 is the ERA on the season. 10 hits given up to Arizona on Friday, and this is the lineup that he'll face this evening. State Farm Pirates starting 9 from Derek Shelton's group, and it begins with Ke'Bryan Hayes, who has excellent career numbers against the Cubs. He's in a little 2-for-21 funk, and his teammate, the All-Star Brian Reynolds, the switch hitter, also struggling at the moment. Michael Chavis is mic'd up today. Daniel Vogelback cleaning up. Rodolfo Castro, the shortstop switch hitter. Diego Castillo in there. And then 7, 8, 9, Tsutsugo, Heineman, and Sawinski, who I heard his parents are here again for the game, and we'll hear from them later on YouTube. Lots of guests, as usual, as you know.
Yeah.
Let's break down Drew Smyly, presented by State Farm. What are the keys to him succeeding tonight?
Look, I think he's got to put people to sleep. He's got to steal those curveball counts, those changeup counts, kind of make you feel like, okay, I'm just going to get breaking balls, and then boom, that fastball comes. That's how you put people to sleep. I love the heater curve combo like we talked about, but listen, strike one is the most important. If you can steal strike one, the at-bat is basically Drew Smyly's at-bats.
This is his 7th team, and we are underway on YouTube. He pumps a strike, 91 miles an hour outside corner to Ke'Bryan Hayes, who leads the Pirates in average and on-base percentage. For Smyly, he'll work quick, so I need to get in my notes at a nice pace. That is ripped foul. But team number 7, he's never spent more than 3 years with a squad. Second round pick, 2010 by Detroit. He missed a couple seasons with Tommy John, 17 and 18. He's a veteran.
Yeah, he is. You know, I like his ability to throw the curveball. You know, when I faced him, the curveball was, he had like 3 or 4 different curveballs. He had the get me over curveball, which is kind of like a loop. He had that hard curveball, which is to put people away. But then he had a different curveball. He had that curveball that where you think it was going to go off of you as a hitter, it would actually go in on you as a hitter. David Ross was talking about it earlier in our meeting today, how he throws an unusual curveball. It's kind of like, you kind of think it's going to break down and away on you, but it actually comes in on you, and it gets all in your hands.
And he fools Ke'Bryan Hayes with that knuckle curve. Strikeout number 1, batter number 1. And when it's on, it's special. So much so that he uses that curveball more than any starter.
Yeah, he does. And he's kind of like, you just feel like when I watch him, he's a doctor. You know, he's performing surgery out there because he uses all quadrants of the strike zone. He likes to go up. He reads hitters. And look, the guy behind the plate, Contreras, we're going to talk a lot about him, but he is one special catcher. He's learning. He's maturing as a player. I just love everything about him.
An all-star starter last year in Brian Reynolds, who had a standout season and fouls off the first pitch from Smyly. Pittsburgh at 15 and 21 on the year. They've dropped 2 straight in this series and 4 of their last 6. Offense has been very quiet. It's been sleeping. And for the Cubs, 15 and 20. They're on a season high 4-game win streak. "56 degrees for first pitch." And what do you think it'll be by last pitch? We're going to get 40s tonight?
I'm going to have to order a coffee at some point during this game. Those are the different types of curveballs that he likes to throw. That's like kind of a backdoor curveball. Not that much shape to it. Just trying to squeeze that outside corner right there. You see that little spin and that little circle on it. Just a good pitch right there, because at times as a hitter you think it's so far away off the plate, but then it comes in right at the last second.
And this is the classic case of, hey kids, you don't need to throw 99 to crack the big leagues. He's crafty.
No, they have a couple guys like that for the Cubs. You know, another guy like Hendricks. He's a guy that you don't necessarily need to throw hard. You know, they just put you to sleep, and it's what I like to call a very comfortable 0 for 4, Scotty Bond. You know, you hit a ground ball your first at bat, and you're going back in the dugout saying, okay, I'm going to get a couple hits today off this guy, and the end of the night is over. You get a loss, and you're 0 for 4 with 2 punchies.
State Farm defense, Platinum Glove winner Simmons, just back a few days ago. What about Wade Miley in game 1 of this series, making his second start off elbow inflammation? He was outstanding. I mean, that's a fun doctor to watch perform surgery. 7 shutout innings, 1 hit, 6 Ks.
But my goodness, he's on fast forward mode.
Yeah.
You go watch his games, you're missing out on a lot. You go to the bathroom and it's 2 or 3 innings have gone by.
Cubs TV marquee, great interview yesterday during the game.
You see him catch that bag of seeds?
Yeah, Wade.
That was pretty sweet.
Getting picked on by his catcher,
yeah, he was.
Jan Gomes, during the interview, and made a
throw a
sweet
fastball
grab.
here up in the zone, maybe. Try to jam him.
8th pitch of the AB. And it's shipped into center. In comes Ortega, and it's going to bounce. Base hit. First base runner of the day, it's Brian Reynolds, who was actually 1 for 22 in his last 6 games entering tonight.
Let's go back to this Miley catch.
Oh, you had it?
Oh, we had it.
The crew is the best.
Oh,
that looked like it was
just for that. Yeah, just for that, you got to give him a Gold Glove.
We were hanging out in the Cubs clubhouse today. They were talking about that. They said, "Did you see Wade?
Oh, that was
on
great.
TV yesterday." He's smooth. It's working for him lately. Smiley up against Chavis.
I like Chavis, man. First rounder. He's got some pop now too. He was with the Red Sox. Got drafted in 2014. You know, he's a guy that you kind of hang that curveball, he can take you out anywhere.
He's reunited with Ben Cherington, who drafted him in 2014. And he'll take big hacks like that.
Yeah, that's a good pitch right there, though. You know, it's a 1-0 count, but he has been throwing a lot of breaking ball stuff. And I think Chavis got caught there guessing on a curveball. He's a little behind on that heater. Now the at-bat changes. Now it's got him thinking, okay, is the fastball count coming 1-1? You got to win these accounts right here. Oh. That's a good swing right there.
Last year ran the trade deadline in exchange for Austin Davis, their second baseman.
Yeah, and you know, for the Pirates, these are the type of players that they're going to need to come up clutch throughout the year, right? This is a guy who has played a couple full seasons, who has been on winning ball clubs. And for Mark Shelton, you know, he depends on guys like this to help out the younger guys as well. It's not easy. And, you know, talking to him earlier on today in our meeting, said, hey, you got to come into the ballpark every day with a positive attitude and a teaching attitude. You understand you're at the big league level, but you still have to be able to teach the young guys.
Derek Shelton said, hey, we knew what we were getting into when our coaching staff took over this team. It was going to be a developmental phase. And Chavis is down on strikes. The curveball again. So let's cue up the arsenal. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Yonder, if you're facing Drew Smiley, what does it look like?
Oh man, it's the kitchen sink coming at you. That's for sure. Look, you know, he likes the curve, he likes the cutter and that sinker, but you know, that curve and cutter and that little slider, he kind of plays with all those three. That's kind of a one pitch, how he likes to throw it, but he just likes to tip on it just a little bit. Sometimes he does a little harder, sometimes he kind of gets me over.
And now a pop-up. Vogelback in foul grounds. It's pretty easy for Drew Smiley. YouTube creators very lively in the chat. Jermaine Curtis. These are the hardest pitchers to face in the Finn FTW. I have a feeling Smiley has a good game. Off to a good start.
Kerry Wood going to the mound for the Cubs today in the conclusion of a 2-game series against the division-leading Houston Astros.
I just really try to take a deep breath, forget what you just did in the bullpen, know that your body's loose, and go out and try to go get them.
Got him with the heat. One down. He changes speeds. Bell strikes out. He punched out the order in the first.
The ball was coming out nicely that day. Just one of those days where I didn't feel like I could do wrong.
Got him. 7 strikeouts. He struck out 8. See you later. 13 strikeouts. What can you say? 18 strikeouts.
First of all, I didn't know the record was 20, and I'm going in the 9th inning, and I feel like I can strike everybody out.
Got him. He ties the National League record. The crowd will tell you the story.
I think everybody in the stadium knew it was coming. Everybody on TV knew it was coming.
Here comes the hook. Got him. 20 strikeouts.
Back at Wrigley, Cubs turn in the first. And David Ross throwing out this starting 9 presented by State Farm. It's Rafael Ortega ready to go and lead the way. And then this is the best hitting catcher in the bigs right now. Wilson Contreras with an 887 OPS, getting the job done, thinking right center, left center, at a monster game 1 in this series. Happ third, Suzuki cleaning up, Rivas at first base this evening, Schwindel DH, Villar, Morel, and Simmons. Christopher Morel, can't wait to talk more about the rookie who made his debut yesterday in style with power. But let's start with Will Crowe, who's on the mound. And a couple days ago, Mitch Keller was told he would not start today. There's no injury, no problem. He's just coming out of the bullpen. And this is Crowe's 4th career start against the Cubs, his first start of the season. And he misses wide to Ortega, so Crowe's made 13 relief appearances this year. ERA in the 2.5 range. He's got a big build, 6'2", 245. Right side, and there's Sasugo with the backhand, and Crowe covers. 1 away in the first, and more on Will Crowe.
Yeah, I like everything that I'm seeing from Will Crowe. Look, this is a guy that has a lot of heart. Talking to a couple of coaches for the Pittsburgh Pirates, he welcomes this challenge, coming in from the bullpen to starting a game. And look, for me, I think keeping hitters off balance is key for him. His best pitch is changeup, which he has used much more this year than ever. And his fastball command to go with that changeup is the go-to pitch. Look, and the reason I'm talking about the changeup is because the changeup is such a good pitch for him that he has to think about it as making it the #1 pitch rather than the 2nd pitch of his arsenal. He's a guy that he's going to throw the changeup to right-handers as well.
And Contreras doesn't wait, but Hayes makes a beautiful play, the vacuum at the hot corner, and he gets the job done.
This is under control and understanding who is running, getting behind the baseball on a backhand right there. Just solely done right there. I mean, that's how you teach it, kids. Understanding right there, boom, boom. He takes those 2 steps, and now he understands he has a good arm, fires a strike. Doesn't try to rush it. That's the beauty of it. You know, as a young player, you understand the speed of the game, the runners of the game.
Is it like a clock in your brain that tells you when you need to go based on your arm strength?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because the speed of the game, you can't practice that.
And Happ doesn't wait around long either. To left center, and that one is gone. Ian Happ powers up for his 3rd home run of the season. It's 1-0 Cubs.
Oh, it's a party early on. He loves to face his Pittsburgh Pirates, huh? That was a beautiful pitch right there, out over the plate. 2-seamer, let it get deep and just going with it, staying inside the baseball, staying through the baseball. There is no better feeling than getting a 2-seamer like that, 86 miles an hour, and taking it the other way.
Opposite field power from Ian Happ, and the on-base percentage well over 400 in his last 8 games. Monday in this series, 3 for 3 with a walk. What a start. An aggressive attack from the Cubs lineup as well.
That's a nice swing right there. Being able to back that baseball up on a changeup like that, seeing it up. The key right there is getting a changeup up in the zone. When you can do those things and you can drive it to left center. Look, this is his first homer in 17 games, so not a bad way to break off that little homerless streak. When they come in bunches.
This is the April NL Rookie of the Month, Seiya Suzuki. 4-pitch walk from Crowe.
Look at that. Going behind the umpire. Total respect right there for the game.
Amy G mentioned that in the pregame. Pirates D, presented by State Farm. It was a tough day for the Pirates defense yesterday. Some misplays, a drop pop-up in the infield. Good news, you play again the next day.
That's right.
Alfonso Rivas pulls back on the bunt.
Great. Look at him go over. Thank you. I'll take my walk, but I'm going right behind you. I'm not going to cross the plate. And Crow right here, he wants to pitch and get 2 quick outs right here, get 1 out right here, excuse me, on a quick, easy 1-0 rollover, if possible.
And gets a nice call there.
Friendly call.
For his sake, from home plate on Ben May.
A very friendly call.
Half the runs batted in from Rivas this year have come against Pittsburgh. It seems like half the runs for the Cubs this year have come against the Pirates in just a few games, outscoring them 16-0 in this series. They had a 21-0 W over Pittsburgh earlier this season, although they dropped a few games in that series, some closer contests. So that's where, to me, I don't know if you're a run differential guy, but I don't put a lot of stock into that number based on some games that get out of hand.
When they get out of hand, they get out of hand.
Yeah,
there's not much you can do about it. That's it. Yeah. I always used to say, 20-0, losing by 20 runs or winning by 1 run is still a win or a loss, regardless how you want to take it.
What hurt more when you were playing? 10-0 loss or 3-2 loss, you were up 2-1 in the
3-2 losses are the worst. I mean, those just deflate you, especially a 3-2 loss in the 8th or 9th inning when you're literally counting down the outs for a win. See a changeup right here. Why not?
Goes Heat and rings him up and gets through the order, but one blemish, and it's a big one. Ian Happ, Pittsburgh native, loves taking on his hometown team with authority. Cubs up 1.
Batting third, playing right field, Roberto Clemente.
You want numbers? Oh, he had the numbers.
There she is. A double for Roberto.
4 batting titles, 15 All-Star games, 12 Gold Gloves.
Hard by Clemente with a tremendous sliding catch.
But with Clemente, it was so much more than that. Watch the old film, and you see an artist at work. An artist who painted with his bat, and his glove, his legs, and that unbelievable right arm.
Roberto Clemente fields the ball and displays his rifle arm.
He's going to try for third. It may be close. He's out.
Greatest right fielder in the game of baseball, Roberto Clemente.
Like any great artist, his work just looked a little different than everybody else's. And with Clemente, that work was absolutely connected to where he came from.
In Pittsburgh, they call him the Great One.
This man has just impressed me so much, and I'll never forget Clemente.
Back in Chicago, 1-0 Cubs. And let's open up the guest list early because he might pitch later. And this is rare. We get a reliever joining us for our State Farm interview. And we're pleased to be joined by David Bednar. And also, I'll just mention this, YouTube creators, bring on those questions like you do every week. We'll relay them to David. Hey, congratulations on a big start to the season so far, David. Welcome. How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And also, I can just tell from facial expressions as Castro takes one low that you might have some teammates messing with you during this conversation. Am I accurate? Did I read the facial expression?
No way. Not these guys.
Okay.
They're all locked in.
They're very serious, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Good to know. So, yeah, tell me how the season has gone for you so far. The numbers are stellar after a really standout 2021 season as well, and a great story as a 35th round selection back in 2016. And Yonder, did you play with David, or did you know him in the Padres organization?
I knew him in the Padres. I don't know if we played together or face each other, but yeah, I definitely know. I knew who David Bednar was with the Pods, that's for sure.
We spent some time at the alt site together last year.
On the on-site, that's what we did. There we go. That was a blur.
You're telling me.
Third strikeout already for Smiley. But yeah, tell us about your season so far, David, and also just diving deeper into what's changed for you. It's been well documented. More velocity, the splitter grip that you picked up from Hideo Nomo. Give us the story to the world watching on YouTube.
Yeah, so far, honestly, the biggest thing has just been trusting my stuff and just going out there and competing. And, you know, that was one of the biggest takeaways I got from last year was, you know, just when I fill up the zone with my stuff, good things tend to happen. And especially when all these guys make such great plays behind you, and it's pretty easy just to have confidence to fill it up.
David, I just really want to ask you about the velocity, right? You know, we see guys nowadays throw harder than ever. And you've been one of those guys too who has thrown harder, because I remember you when we would face each other, we always knew, like, all right, really good changeup, really good changeup split, but the fastball, that's where I'm just so proud of you. Have you kind of worked on it, and it's just harder? You're throwing harder than ever.
Yeah, without doubt. Honestly, I think it's more of just kind of trusting the process and not trying to chase those quick results, and, you know, kind of put your head down, keep working hard, and, you know, here I am throwing a little bit harder than I did whenever I first got drafted, and even more so in college than high school. You know, I was never really a big velo guy, so I think it's more of just that little bit each day, and that goes a long way.
Now, do you and Will, your brother, talk about, you know, does he watch you when you're playing, or do you guys talk back and forth on how he's doing, how you're doing, and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. We're always talking. You know, I'll try and watch his outings whenever I get a chance, and, you know, he'll watch mine. But, you know, it was great this offseason to have a built-in catch partner. Just text him and say, hey, we're meeting here. Let's go throw. So
that's awesome.
But it's cool to watch him kind of develop into as a person and a player, and I'm really excited to see, you know, how this year ends up with him.
Hey, David, I brought up the Hideo Nomo instructionals, so now we're getting questions from the YouTube creators. Jermaine Curtis, what else did Nomo teach you? And Stark Raving Sports, did you try to learn his windup too?
I don't think that windup would really be conducive for me. I give my best shot, but it just wouldn't be. But yeah, so we were in the Padres Instructional League in 2017, and I was throwing like a very crappy changeup, and our pitching coordinator Eric Young kind of just brought me over to him and said, "Hey, this is Hideo Nomo. Like, why don't we, work with this splitter grip?" And kind of instantly, it kind of clicked for me. And kind of throughout my minor league career with the Padres, it was, anytime he'd stop by, we just kind of talk splitters, talk baseball, and he was always able to help me out. But yeah, he showed me his grip. I still have the ball that I trace the grip on it. And but yeah, so it's been really cool to kind of have that connection.
David, your hometown, obviously, as we know, is Pittsburgh, and I never got a chance to play in Miami as my hometown. What is that like for you, and how much fun are you having?
Oh man, I really get to pitch myself every single day. It never gets old, and I don't anticipate it. It's just it really is a blessing. I'm incredibly fortunate to have this opportunity to play for the team I grew up watching, and then also be at home. So it's really hard to be. Like I said, just incredibly fortunate to have this opportunity.
How many text messages do you get at home? Like, hey man, can you hook me up with some tickets? How does that work? Are you putting a limit on things?
And look at this. We're showing photos of little David Bednar. That's awesome.
No, I think we haven't been too crazy, but yeah.
Hey, David, we appreciate the time. It was quick because Drew Smiley is on an absolute strikeout spree. We appreciate it. Thanks, David. Maybe see you later in this one.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
That's David Bednar. Mid-2, 1-0 Cubs. Smiley's rolling.
In 1978, Dave Parker was the best player in the game, as had been the case in 1977 and 1976.
Dave Parker has just hit a tremendous home run.
And as the Cobra tortured pitchers, not even a broken jaw and cheekbone from a home plate collision in June of '78 could stop the assault. He only missed a handful of games and came back ready to keep giving pitchers nightmares.
The San Diego Padres had to talk this one over. After all, how do you face a face like this? Well, maybe you don't even try. Batting champions are frightening enough without looking like villains from Star Trek.
If the mask hampered him, it didn't show, as the Cobra won a second straight batting title in '78, hitting .334 with 30 homers and 117 runs batted in.
At times, the Pirate right fielder seems like a team unto himself, standing tall everywhere.
Which made Dave Parker an easy choice for MVP.
You didn't really admire what he had done. What you did was you kept looking to see what he was going to do next.
It's the MLB Game of the Week. Live on YouTube at Wrigley. You can see wind kind of moving left to right. It did not stop Ian Happ from going deep to left center field. And let's bring in Amy G with a special guest right now in Chicago. Amy, who are you with?
Well, we're with Matthew Cherry. Some people know him as an NFL player, an Academy Award winner, and now maybe an ace in the making. Matthew hails from the Windy City, and you got to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. So what's more pressure, NFL tryout and an Academy Award acceptance speech, or throwing at Wrigley?
Honestly, I was kind of nervous doing this, so I would say this for now. You know, but it's a great honor. You know, my dad grew up a big Cubs fan, and I did as well. You know, played Pee Wee League and played in high school at Loyola Academy, so big dream come true for me.
Well, you are really fun. Your story is fascinating. So Matthew won an Academy Award for a short animated film called Hair Love. But take us back to being an NFL player. I'm going to guess not a lot of NFL players become film directors and writers, which is what you've done. How did that happen?
Yeah, you know, I was always interested in film and TV. When I was at Loyola Academy, I was part of radio and TV broadcasts and majored in radio and TV in college. And I just knew that a lot of players, the average career was 3 years. And so I just always wanted to have that plan B set up. And I knew I wanted to work in film or TV, and I ended up moving to LA, and many years of hard work to kind of win the Oscar a couple years ago.
I mean, you reached the pinnacle, and it's a fabulous film. It actually brought tears to my eyes. It's 7 minutes, and it'll change your life. It's called Hair Love, and it's a beautiful story. But Matthew, it's also education. What do you want people to learn from this story?
You know, I think it's just I think film is really important in that it just allows you to see how we're all the same. We all have the same issues and problems, and you know, I think for us it was a very specific story, but it was also universal. And just kind of showing that, you know, black hair is obviously somewhat of a controversial topic because some kids aren't allowed to graduate if they have hair a certain length or can't work certain jobs. And I think for us it was just wanting to normalize that and to kind of show people that we all have a lot of the same issues and we're not so dissimilar.
Thank you for bringing this story to us. Matthew Cherry, you can download Hair Love at the YouTube Kids app. Go watch it now. Good job on the pitch.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, he was money on the pitch. And also, yeah, you can just check out the video on YouTube. It's close to 90 million views. It is more than viral, and it's special. I watched last night. It definitely is a tearjerker and just super well produced and directed. So congratulations to Matthew Cherry.
Can you imagine getting 90 million views?
It's our job, but it'll probably take us a few games to get there. Hey, Cubs fans might be showing up big tonight, and I know Pirates fans represent. Frank Schwindel, 8th pitch of the AB, is sent to center. Reynolds tracking back. He's got room. One down in the home second, and our first poll question. See, we're working. There's a lot of action going on here because the pace is nice and crisp to this one. So we want to know, as you see some legendary Pittsburgh Pirates, who's got the best nickname of all time among these Pirates legends? Yonder, this is going to be a tough one for you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're working with Cobra, Candyman, Pops. What's your favorite?
I like the Candyman. You know, arriba is obviously Mr. Clemente, Roberto Clemente. But you know, the Candyman. I mean, that sounds so many ways. You can take this in so many ways.
I'm gonna go Pops.
Pops. I like Pops.
Willie Stargell.
Yeah.
So
what about Bednar? He's got the Renegade.
The Renegade. Yeah. For the we can do a modern Pittsburgh Pirates poll of
Renegade.
Who's got the best nicknames.
What?
Does Vogelback have a nickname? He needs one if he doesn't.
He's the unit.
The unit. That's right.
The unit.
He's
just a unit. I mean,
it's a big dude.
He's actually back.
First career triple yesterday.
Oh man, I saw him earlier today. We were teammates in Seattle. He gave me the biggest hug. I was completely swallowed in his hug. Good hugger.
Yeah, I lost you. Glad to have you back. Hugger. He is, I'm sure.
Look at that guy, always smiling. What a teammate. Loves to have a good time. Great competitor, great hitter. Oh, he's always hit. Oh, Wrigley Field, though, huh? Coming in here, you know, I hit my first home run here as a pro, and I'll never forget walking in and seeing the ivy, seeing the people. You know, I was playing left field, and I'll never forget. I got heckled so much. I was just praying to God they wouldn't hit me a ball. Big old Alfonso Soriano hitting absolute toppers at me.
VR strikes out. I got a question on that in a moment, but let's go back to this pitch because VR thought he had ball 4 earlier, and he ends up watching strike 3 later on.
Scott Brown, the best pitch in baseball. Good fastball down and away.
Spotted by Will Crowe, who's not your average reliever. Of course, he's starting today for the first time this season, but I mean, coming out of the bullpen this season, you're looking at a pitcher who legitimately has a 5-pitch mix. Many relievers these days have 2. Yeah, and he uses 5 pitches at least 10% of the time.
You know what I like
make that 4.
He grabs the ball and goes. He's not thinking at all. He just gives me the ball. Next pitch, execute.
I should mention the curveball usage is down, so it's 4 pitches, 10% plus, but the curve is there. You flash it every once in a while. I want to make sure we give some time.
It's funny, we asked about how many innings he was going to go, and Derek Shelton, the manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates, said, no, we just want them to get outs. We don't want to tell them how many outs they need or how many innings. Just get outs.
Christopher Morel behind nothing in 2, takes a deep breath and remembers, probably envisions last night where he was behind, worked the count full, and yeah, the OPS is real. 1 for 1, pinch hit, homer.
Oh, that's a good take right there. You know, after a changeup going back to a slider down and away, that's a really good take right there. Yes. Oh, no. That's basically what's going in your head right there. He's got a lot of weapons right now with Crowe. He can go up a ladder.
And he does strike out. Off to a fast start from both sides. We'll get into Morel's story a little bit more later. After 2, Cubs up 1 on the Happ homer.
Tito Landrum playing Sandberg very deep in left field. Into left center field and deep. This is a tie ball game. His last time up, Sandberg homered to tie it at 9 in the 9th. He's the tying run at the plate now in the 10th. He hits it to deep left center. Look out! Do you believe it? It's gone! Sandberg, in the Cubs' last at-bat, has twice delivered a game-tying home run, a solo shot of the 9th, a 2-run blast with 2 out of the 10th. This game is unbelievable.
Let's hit the third inning at Wrigley. Pirates and Cubs finishing up a series where Chicago has now outscored Pittsburgh 17-zip. Ian Happ with a home run back in the first inning off of Will Crow, and it's Drew Smyly time, and he's dealing right now.
Yeah, he is.
5 strikeouts. He's already at a season high. 8-9-1 in the lineup. It starts with Tyler Heineman and into shallow right. That's going to be a foul ball. Suzuki chasing, and for Smyly, this is already his 3rd start of the season against Pittsburgh. Last one wasn't great. That was on the 22nd of April. 4 earned runs over 5 innings. His first start of the season was the 12th of April, a win with 5 scoreless, but 2 Ks in that outing against the Pirates. He's up to 5. He's fooling this lineup right now.
Yeah, he's sharp right now. He's down in the zone. He wants to go up. He can go up. You want to see the glove, Contreras' glove. Wherever he's spotting it, you want to see his misses. So right there, he's spotting it middle in. He just missed up right there. So it's good misses. It's not misses over the plate. When he's missing, they're the right misses.
And he's a first pitch strike guy. I know you've seen it quite frequently tonight. Yeah, that's where you want it, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't miss the glove that much. You know, I love watching the angle of behind the pitcher from the center field angle, because I get to watch the catcher. And you watch a catcher in his glove, and right when he's about to set up to give him a target, you can see how on these pitchers are and how well they're locating.
Nice stoppage short by Simmons, and he retires Heineman. The Platinum Glover just back, making his Cubs debut a few days ago. But now digging in for the Pirates, Jack Sawinski, special story, Chicago area guy, and of course his parents are in town, and Amy G found them. Amy?
Yeah, I know, right? Here they are. So Jack's here because of these 2 people. Jack's got a great story. Tim and Ann, his mom and dad. Let's just start with that story. He got called up from AA. He never even played a AAA game. You know, what can you share about how quickly this all happened?
Well, I do my thing before the game. I go for a swim, come home, set up the TV, watch his game. So if he would have called me 1 minute later, I would have missed his call. And he says, Dad, what are you doing? I said, you know the routine. I said, but he goes, I'm not playing in Akron, because they were on the road in Akron. I said, what's up? What happened? He goes, I'm going to Pittsburgh. So I was like, so it's 10 after 3. They're playing at 6:30 or 6:40. I go, Jack, if we were on a plane right now, we couldn't even get there on time. So I called Mom. Sister Heidi is running around somewhere. I called a couple of his coaches, which they're sitting here.
Oh, you heard Mom's got it. She's calling the game. I love it.
Yeah, Jack. So we came home, watched the game. We recouped. I said, throw our stuff in the car. We went down the next day, and we stayed there for the 5-game series.
All right, Mama, you guys are from this area. He grew up coming to this park. What does it mean for you, the emotional side of this, getting that call, but knowing how many hours you put into car rides and travel ball and making them snacks and all the things that we do as parents for our kids, and his dream comes true?
Yeah, it's just been, I said it's like surreal, you know. Yeah, all those years since he was 5 years old, starting T-ball in our neighborhood, where it all started. And then, you know, when he started travel ball, you're putting on a lot more miles. But being here at the ballpark now, it's just the feeling, it's hard to put into words. Like he said, too, when he was doing his drive from to go to Pittsburgh, his emotions were just like everywhere, you know. So but it's his dream come true, and just that is just, we're amazing.
There's nothing more you can ask for as a parent than for your kids' dreams to come true. Tim and Ann.
Right. He took me. Some days you got to drag your kid to practice and stuff. He took us from 6 years old on, and then when he got his license at 15 or 16, Dad, can I have the car? I'm going.
Well, it's a story to watch. Congratulations to both of you. You've done a lot of hard work to get him here. Let's get it back up to you guys.
Thank you.
Amy, thank you so much. And I just love the emotion.
Yep.
The pauses because you have to collect yourself.
You know what's the best about that is the call, right? Because you always want to say, okay, I'm going to get the call. That ball was struck right there real well.
Hayes with the double.
You know, we talked about that earlier with Derek Shaw. And, you know, why has he not hit a homer yet? Or, you know, what's going on? He's like, oh, no. He's been driving the baseball exactly how he wanted. He's just been missing homers by a foot or two at times. I might review this. He surely thought it was gone.
Did it hit the top of the basket?
How about that?
I mean, it's clear.
I mean, how about that? It's a double. I don't think that's a homer.
After review, the call is confirmed. The ball is in play. The runner will stay at second base.
There you go.
There you go. But going back to the phone call, you always dream of who you're going to call. I mean, that didn't miss by much. And you always think, okay, who am I going to call first? Am I going to call mom? Am I going to call dad? You know, you just put them both on speaker. See, I had when I called, I put them both on speaker, and I said, all right, guys, I got to tell you guys something. I'm going up to the big leagues. Nowadays, you got FaceTime. Nowadays, you can do so many things.
Oh yeah, that's
totally different.
Absolute party nowadays. Brian Reynolds takes a curveball downstairs. By the way, I'm just thinking about how close Key Brian Hayes was to homering just now, because a few hours ago we were hanging out with Pirates manager Derek Shelton, and I was like, why isn't he homered yet? And I'm checking out Pirates games. We're seeing hard hit rate at a healthy number for Key Brian Hayes, some hard contact, and he just said tough ballpark to homer in.
Yeah.
Balls haven't flown out the way they have in the past few years, and there have been some very close calls, and that's probably the closest.
And they've also been facing some absolute crazy, really good pitching this whole month. So hey, that's the big leagues. You know, there's no easy days in the big leagues.
But his process has been there, and you're looking at runners in scoring position numbers. Reynolds has really struggled in that department this year. Ortega's on that list as well.
Yeah, there's a situation right here with Reynolds. You know, it's funny when they shift him, and if we see the infield right here, you know, because this is a guy that he can hit the hole at second base at times, and especially in this situation where he's smelling a hit, 3-1 count with 2 outs. All he wants to do is just poke it out there.
And he did that first AB, dropped a single in the center.
Yeah. It's also, too, the pitch that's coming right here with this 3-1 count. Understanding what pitch is coming. You know, something softer in the inner third, maybe a cutter in. Something that he can pull.
And a free bag. Michael Chavis in the 3 spot and in the spotlight tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Let's do it. That's why I wrote in my book. I'm calling it a changeup.
Strike 3.
Bang him. Good spot.
Ha!
Ooh! 3-0 slider. Dang, 3-0 slider.
Key Brian Hayes off to third, and he's in there. Michael Chavis mic'd up all night for us.
How about Hayes right there? Stolen base strictly on the pitcher right there. He just, boom, I'm out. He had a 2-0 looks, and he was gone.
His 4th swipe of the season. The Pirates don't run much. I believe that's their 12th stolen base on the year as a team. They're on the corners for Chavis.
He got crossed up. Yeah, he got crossed up. Interesting read right there by Reynolds. It's the hardest play because, you know, with 2 outs right there, you don't want to make the third out at third. So as a back guy at first base, you want to go, but then you're kind of hesitant because they might throw to second on that easy pickoff. You'd rather play it safe.
For the Pirates, though, I mean, time to find something in this series. That's just the second buck to reach third base this week against Chicago.
Yeah, this is how it goes. This is when you need a bloop, you need an infield single, you need something.
By the way, back to that Hayes double for a moment. It's a homer in 18 other parks, according to StatCast. And also, of course, just for rule clarification for anyone watching globally, and if you're not a Cubs fan and you don't know about the basket, it needs to land in the basket.
That's right.
To be a homer. It was like front rim denied.
I'm intrigued with this 2-1 count right here because it calls for a cutter in, but you know, he has such a good breaking ball feel to his pitch that I'm intrigued if they're going to go with that backdoor cutter. They tried. And for Chavis right here, this is a pitch where you're not hunting so much velocity, you're hurting location. You want to be up in the zone right here. If it's up in the zone, you go. If it's down in the zone, you let it go.
He's going for it up the middle, and the Pirates are on the board for the first time in this series. Chavis brings home Hayes. It's 1-1.
That's a good piece of hitting right there. Out over, up in the zone like we were talking about. He didn't try to do too much. That's an easy pitch right there to roll over. He stayed through it. He stayed short with it. Just a nice, really good piece right there. When you see that back elbow kind of as tight as you get with your ribs, that's a tight swing right there. That's a short, easy swing, not trying to do too much. You can easily pop that pitch up, but not for him. He became a good hitter, not a good slugger. That's how you drive. That's how you drive guys in. You know, not necessarily do you need to hit a 3-run homer. You got to understand the elements and the guy that you're facing, and understanding what has happened in this whole series.
Now Vogel back with 2 on. I'll say this too. There is some mojo, some positive vibes attached to being mic'd up each week on YouTube lately.
Yeah.
Last week, Hunter Renfroe, 2 homers, and we were talking to Jimmy T, Pirates legendary public relations staff member, who actually is celebrating a big occasion we'll get to in a moment. But I said, hey, just let whoever's interested know that there's a hot bat attached to that hot mic.
I'm telling you, if somebody tells me when I was playing that it's got hits in it, I would wear 2 microphones. Not 1 microphone, 2 microphones. Big league hits are hard to come by now.
You would talk to us live during the game, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But you're a broadcaster, so
yeah,
you've had it in you. Some guys are shy. Just saying. Some guys are shy. Daniel Vogelback's a fun guy, full of jokes, and also he can swing the bat. You know, he was on a national television broadcast recently being interviewed, like, what's going to happen, triple or stolen base first in life? And we show you StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Triple.
The best part about
not close to average.
Yeah, he called it. He said he was going to hit a triple. Like, if somebody asked me that, I would always say, oh, definitely a stolen base. I can get a back stolen base, first and second. I'm the guy at first. They don't pay attention to me. I can just take that easy back. He said triple.
It was on his 1,218th career plate appearance. And he's going the other way, and Vogelback's going to bring in another for Pittsburgh. That's bobbled and left by half, so the run will score easily and make it 2-1 as ball's flying all over the infield now.
You know what? You talk about an approach, a 2-strike approach against a tough lefty, lefty on lefty, trying to stay with it, staying on this 2-seamer right here, but letting it get deep, understanding that I can beat the shift with a ground ball to shortstop. There was a huge hole there. Let me get my ribby. Look, guys that drive in runs hit the ball the other way, as we've seen. Up the middle the other way is a success way. And Vogie right there, he showed his true hitting stand out. That is a nice piece of hitting right there.
And the Pirates bats wake up for the first time in this series. Vogelbach with big splits in his career, righties versus lefties. There's a strike in there to Castro, who's thinking bunt, but I mean 136 batting average against left-handed pitching. The approach
Look at
was
that,
solid.
no stride right there. He had gone with a kind of a leg kick. He understood, hey, I just have to hit a ground ball the other way, and I'm going to get rewarded.
There's a ground ball and a charging Morel. Retires Castro. 2 runs in for Pittsburgh in this 3rd inning. They cracked the code that is Drew Smiley's left pitching hands as we are mid-3 and the Pirates have captured the lead.
Today it's left-hander Steve Trout for Chicago, and youngster Ralph Citarella will go for the Cards.
Well, it was the NBC Game of the Week, so the focus of the baseball world is on this game. And it's at Wrigley Field. And it's against the Cardinals. So the setting is so classic.
And in that setting, Ryne Sandberg put on a display for the ages.
Into left center field and deep. This is a tie ball game.
Sandberg's 9th inning homer, his 4th hit of the game, kept the Cubs alive. And then 2 innings later, he had a shot at more heroics. It's been known ever since as the Sandberg game. There was no denying it. 1984 felt like the year that the curse of the Billy Goat would finally be broken.
As I came out, my wife had tears in her eyes, and she goes like, "Are all the games here like this?"
Under the lights at Wrigley on a Wednesday, the Pirates with 2 in the previous half to grab the lead, and it's creator spotlight time. Each week this season on our YouTube broadcast, we focus on a content creator featured in the live game commentary section. Today, highlighting Mike Borriello from Stark Raving Sports, and 120-ish thousand subscribers, over 30 million total views. Founder of Stark Raving Sports provides sports stories that blend education and comedy, balancing lighthearted presentation with analytical discussion. And we'll hear from him in a moment. And he probably participated, as any of you can, in our YouTube polls throughout the night. Best nickname in Pirates history. We have a Cubs question next. Don't worry, Cubbies fans. And your winner? Candyman. Founder called it. You might have swayed the vote a little bit.
I know, but you know, the Candyman.
New pitcher, and we thought a few days ago he was starting. Out of the bullpen, it's Mitch Keller, and the ERA is the worst among starters in baseball this year. It's well north of 6, but the stuff is legit. It just hasn't come together for him in terms of command yet.
Yeah, it's going to take some time, but, you know, the stuff is definitely there. Upper 90s with his fastball, really good slider. You know, I just think for me, he reminds me of a guy that is just getting started, kind of feeling his way into the big leagues. But, look, the stuff is there. I think he has a very bright future. And, you know, it kind of reminds me of a guy like Evaldi. Evaldi, when he first came up, he wasn't very good. But then as he progressed his career, he became a front of the starter type guy. And you know, I hate to say this, but you know, a guy like Cole, a guy like, you know, some of the greats that have been here that now they're elsewhere, Glasnow, and they're doing their thing. I think this kid right here, like we saw those swings right there, play as a nasty pitch.
Yeah, troubled waters for him in his career so far. Earned run average wise, but expected ERA, if you're into the StatCast stats and the quality of contact that comes off the bat, it's been solid. But as you can see, the actual results here, not strong so far since 2019 when he debuted, and this is his first career relief appearance. He was able to get past Andrelton Simmons and pick up a strikeout. Last seen at home starting against the Reds, 5 runs in 4 2/3. There's velo on that fastball. It's a little straight.
Inside.
Which as you can explain yonder, what would you rather say? I like to quiz you throughout the night. Would you rather see a fastball that's more flat and straight at, say, 99, or one with serious bite at 93?
Oh man, it just depends on the breaking ball stuff, right? It depends on the secondary stuff, you know. But for me, there's guys that would throw 100 miles an hour that it didn't play like 100 miles an hour. It played like 94, 95 miles an hour. Now, there was guys that threw 92, 93 miles an hour that it played 97, 98. So most of the time, those guys had that extra spin rate where, you know, they had a good slider, a good changeup. See, like that right there, like that plays 96, 97 miles an hour up in the zone with a good back foot slider or a backdoor slider. That's going to play all day long. I think for Mitch, sometimes his problem is, you know, he finds the plate too much. He's in the middle of the plate. It's about quality strikes. You know, it's not a strikes. Yeah, but, you know, you got crushed. Well, it's about quality strikes. Living on the edges, even though you throw 100 miles an hour.
Watch Drew Smyly.
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of like, you know, you can drive a ball in a golf course 340 yards, but then you're three-putting, right? This is the same thing. Like, that's a good pitch right there.
Wow. Gets the called K. Ortega thought he had it. Cubs hitters have struck out 5 times tonight.
Yeah. And that's twice on balls down in the zone. But, you know, again, when we talk about Mitch, you know, that's a quality strike right there. You know, that's knee-high, change-up 3-2 when a guy's throwing 97 miles an hour. For a left-hander, that's just a buckle nightmare right there, because you're sitting 100% on a fastball 96, 97, but when they throw you that change-up, there's nowhere to go. Ouch.
See if Wilson's okay.
Nobody likes to get hit.
No. What do you think he's saying?
He ain't happy, I'll tell you that much. But, you know, it's 2 outs right there. I think it's just a fastball that got away from him. I don't think there was any intent at all whatsoever right there. It's a 2-seamer. Good thing he got the pad. It still hurts, though. Tell you what, Scotty, still hurts.
But it helps, doesn't it?
I don't know. It still hurts.
Did you wear armor?
I wish I could wear a whole umpire pad. You know, the shield?
You were like a knight?
You know, they need to get the shield back. I love when umpires had a shield. That was so classy. The shield with the kind of the turtle tongue that they wear under the mask.
Now it's more hidden.
Yeah, but that's a hidden. That's, you know, RoboCop. I want the shield.
Contreras, by the way, has been hit 7 times this year. That's tops in baseball.
Yeah, well, you got to crowd him. You know, he's hitting the ball the other way to right center like a left-hander. It's the only way to go. And even then, you're playing with fire. I'll tell you right here, you don't want to leave a fastball out over right here at 96, 97 miles an hour. If not, he's going to have a 2-homer game.
Let's keep in mind, Mitch Keller has never come out of the bullpen in his big league career, and he's probably been a starter for his whole life. I mean, big deal prospect in the Pirates system. Actually grew up a Cubs fan in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
It's easy for a young guy like this. 2 outs, 2 fairly quicker outs with strikeouts. Kind of losing a little bit of focus right there with a hit batter and now 3-1 count. Got to get back to giving that quality pitches right there.
Rolled over one, and that'll do it for the 3rd. First relief appearance in Mitch Keller's career. A couple strikeouts and works around a hit by pitch. 2-1 Bucks after 3.
Line drive and a catch by the flying Gamble. What a play.
Highway robbery right there from Ben Gamble.
High flyway robbery for Ben Gamble, and his bench loved it. And this ball hit toward the right center gap. And Ben Gamble has done it again. He's Superman. How about that?
Two highlights like plays in 2 innings for Ben Gamble. This one right in that right center field gap. Looked like he had no chance.
0-2. He struck him out. The jig is up. The news is out. The Renegade races the Jolly Roger.
And that's not messing around. That's not elevating. That's just taking care of business. That's saying you can't hit this.
Chilly evening, mid-May baseball at Wrigley with the Pirates leading 2-1. There's Ernie. And we have Amy on the field with more about what's going on this week at Wrigley. Amy?
Yeah, it's going to be some really good times for Cubs fans. You know they're excited because Statue Row on Gallagher Way is going to expand. This Friday, the Cubs will unveil the statue of Hall of Fame pitcher Fergie Jenkins, and he'll join the ranks of who you just saw, Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, and Billy Williams. Now, Fergie took to Twitter, guys, which I love, to let his fans know about the good news and what a welcome surprise this honor is. He said athletes don't really think about a statue being dedicated, and you certainly don't think about it in your lifetime. Jenkins' career, for folks who are interested, spanned 19 seasons from 1965 to 1983. 10 of those were right here with the Cubs. He was the 1971 Cy Young Award winner, a 3-time All-Star. And get this, Yonder, you're going to love it. He threw 267 complete games. I know. The statue unveils on Friday before first pitch, which is 1:20. So, folks, get here early, gentlemen.
Statue dedication game, yeah. And he
talk about giving
it.
somebody an off day. Hey, bullpen, relax, I got it.
Almost 300 times. There's a little statue row set up at Gallagher Way. He'll be part of it. Well deserved.
How about
Castillo,
that? It's
Susugo,
beautiful.
Heineman to lead off the inning
How
for
beautiful
Pittsburgh.
is it back there, the statue row?
Can we just stay here for a few
Oh,
days?
man. It's an interesting question on who should be, who should have the oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Which Cubs all-time
We read your mind. I knew where you were going. Our next poll question, phone, tablet, wherever you're watching, however you're watching, get in on the action. Which Cubs all-time great should be next to get a statue? Sandberg, Maddox, Lee Smith, or someone else?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, what Maddox has done, what he did here was tremendous, but oh, good play.
Diving stop at third. Morel gets up quickly and makes a nice play.
The athleticism was unreal right there. You can see a little flashes right there of just how durable and quick he is at third base. That first step. Understanding he had to hurry a little bit, but that first step, boom. Oh, showing an absolute cannon for an arm.
Quick twitch movements.
That's quick twitch. That's ladies and gentlemen, that's a shortstop playing third base right there.
He can play
Plus
anywhere.
center field. I mean, sweet glove right there. If we can get a closer look at it. Ooh, look at that. That's just that. You have a glove like that with a happy face emoji, you can pick it. Look at that. Look at that right there.
Everything about him is loud, fun, exciting.
Man. Dominican Republic flag, an emoji. What a ball player.
First career start.
2-1.
The homer yesterday, which we'll show you at some point. Don't worry. It's being queued up.
Double wristband. I mean, that's flat. Welcome to the big leagues. You know, it's like when you're playing video games. You create your own big league player. That's what you want him to look like.
I love that comp. This was last night late. Pinch hitting with power, and then wait. What do you need to do when you
gotta touch first,
okay,
man.
Just checking. Susugo, a little nubber back to the pitcher, and there are 2 gone in the 4th. The crazy thing is, he called it.
Yeah.
For your first homer, he's going up to Wilson Contreras and saying, I know you went deep in your first AB. My turn. And he did it.
How happy was Contreras? Like, a big hug. You know, it's funny when we talked to Rossi, the manager for the Cubs, he said, you know, when he came in and he walked in, he said he had told him in spring training, hey, I'm gonna see you this year. And you know, Ross, like, yeah, man, I want you to do well. Hope I see you. He walked in the door and the first thing he said was, hey, I'm here, and I told you I was gonna be here. And Rossi's like, yeah, you did. That's right, yeah, you did. But you know what? The good thing about it too is he feels like it's a family. You know, everybody here is together. Everybody wants him to do well. Everybody supports him. There's no greater feeling than having a rookie coming up and feeling comfortable, because they need a guy like that, even though he's a rookie, to help him win.
Contreras looking for it in foul. Brad didn't have to move much. 3 up, 3 down in the 4th from Drew Smyly, bouncing back from a 2-run 3rd. Cubs down a run.
Suzuki with his first big league home run.
Drink that in, folks. Seiya Suzuki, first big league home run. What a weekend it has been.
Here's a swing and a high fly ball out towards right center field. That one going back, and it's gone. See you later. And Seiya Suzuki to right center field shoots that out into the jet stream. His second, and it's 1-0. This one drilled in the air left field, way back there, and he's done it again. Seiya Suzuki goes yard.
The Ivy looks healthy. It was pale about a week ago watching Cubs games. It is well fed, and this man is well accomplished. Kyle Hendricks, 8th round selection by the Cubs in 2011. Went to Dartmouth, a World Series champ who's picked up in the 2012 trade with Texas. The Ryan Dempster deal. State Farm interview. Joining us right now, the professor, Kyle Hendricks. Thank you so much for joining us today, Kyle. How's your evening going?
Going great, man. You know, got a beautiful night at Wrigley, a little cool, but great crowd. You know, game's going well so far. So how you guys doing?
We're awesome, and I'll also say, as usual, great questions from the YouTube creators. We'll take them for Kyle as we chat during this home 4th for Chicago, a 2-1 ball game with Mitch Keller going up against Seiya Suzuki. Let's start there. How is Seiya Suzuki fitting in with the ball club?
Oh, he's been awesome, man. You know, really from day one. Day one showing up. He's a funny guy, really funny, great personality. He's picking up a little bit of English, which is making it even funnier, you know, but he's got his translator's an awesome dude too, and so working through them, just the conversations we've had, he's got a great personality, really funny guy.
Now, how much fun are you having with Toy? That's
Toy's the man. Toy's great, man.
Everybody messes with the translator.
That's how it goes. You know that's how it goes. You talk to him the most, you know, so you got to start with him and you work your way into Seiya.
You know, it's funny. It's like, where's Toy? Where's Toy? I need to talk to him before I talk to Suzuki.
That's who you look for. You don't even look for Seiya. You look for Toy. All right. Where can I say him?
That's amazing. You know, I wanted to talk to you about your consistency. You know, I don't care if you throw 90 miles an hour or you throw 100. It's very hard to post every day, and you've done that for a long time.
That's drilled to right field, and it is heading back towards the wall. It'll bounce up against it. Seiya Suzuki logs a double to lead off the 4th.
That was nice
there
right there.
He is. So nice. He goes oppo so well, man. Lets the ball travel.
Good hitters go oppo.
You said it. Yeah, but thank you so much, Yonder, for saying that. I really appreciate it, man. You know, it's I got real lucky coming up through the minor leagues and stuff. Had some good coaches that, like, taught me good routine, I guess, from the jump. And then my first couple years in the big leagues, I just had some really, really good guys around that I could watch. John Lester, John Lackey, Jake Arrieta. These guys that just took me under their wing kind of, and just watching how they worked and what they did on a day in and day out basis, I was able to take so much of that and kind of incorporate it into my routine.
This is Rivas fouling one back, and you've received, I think, one of the most ultimate compliments in terms of comps. I remember even, your former skipper Joe Madden talking about how he's dropped a Greg Maddux comp here and there in terms of execution and approach. I actually wanted to bounce this poll question off of you. Which Cubs all-time great should be the next to get a statue? Sandberg, Maddux, Lee Smith, someone else. What do you think?
Man, that's a tough one there. I mean, Sandberg, Rhino, he's the guy around here, I feel like.
Yeah, he is.
I think he really is. So out of that group and stuff, I know Fergie, we got that coming up, which is going to be so cool to see, man. He obviously deserves all of that. But Rhino, man, what he did around here for this fan base, I think he's got to be the guy.
Yeah, Sports Gaming Universe said as a kid growing up, watching the Cubs, WGN in the 80s, it's Rhino.
He was the guy, man. He's the guy. And you see all the highlights they put up here, he's always a part of it. He's always on there. Part of the changing the culture around here and those good teams. And you forget just the numbers he put up, man. And like you said, consistency, what he did year in and year out.
I know you don't like to talk about yourself and your accolades, but facing you was a nightmare and a half. But going into a game, are you a StatCast type of guy, or are you more of a field type of guy?
Definitely more feel, I would say. From the StatCast side, I use that in between starts a little bit, and I guess post-start evaluation. And really, the staff does such a good job here of bringing that information to me, so I don't need to, dive too deep into it. They more use it for consistency, like we were just talking about, kind of to make sure my stuff is staying the same. Yeah. But from there, for me, I watch a lot of video. Watch a lot of video before and kind of try and incorporate that feel and reading swings more.
And let's bring in Amy. She's got a question for you, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle. Tonight is Teacher Appreciation Night here at Wrigley Field. You, of course, are the professor, so you're the perfect person to dish right now. Which current teammate is the most teachable? Which would get attention?
Great question, right there.
Really good.
That is a good one. I would say most teachable. I'm looking at him right here. This Chris Morel, man. What he just did last night coming up, and I've been able to be around him in Arizona for the last 2 years or so. The personality, the energy he brings, man, the positivity, and just wanting to learn every single day. He really stands out to me at the top of that list. And then detention, man, that's a tough one. We have a couple pranksters around, I would say. So guys trying to pull stuff on other guys. I might say Madrigal. Him and Seiya got a thing going on. I'm still trying to figure it all out, but they're definitely got a back and forth, the pranks going on. So the two of them I could see ended up in the principal's office or something.
It's a good pitch right there.
That's Keller. 3 strikeouts, all looking.
Yeah.
First time reliever this.
Kyle, you're a lifelong Cub right now. The way it seems like it, and watching another guy who's been a Cub for a long time in Contreras, seeing his maturity level, seeing the way he's playing. How much fun is it for you to not only pitch to him, obviously, but to watch him grow as a person? Yeah,
you said it, man. The growth, the maturity he showed, and growing into kind of a leader. He's a huge leader for us now and for these young guys on this team. And the changes he's made. Look at that.
Schwindel rips one into left, and that's going to tie up the ball game. RBI knock, Frank the Tank.
He's fired up.
Yeah, he is.
Love it. Love Frankie. Yeah, man, but just the maturity he has this year, and you see it. He takes it onto the field, too, now. I mean, you see it in every at-bat, every pitch, the way he handles the pitchers, the way he handles the whole staff. He's using all the knowledge he's obtained over these years and really putting it to use. And you see the conversations he has with the young guys around here. He's a great guy to be around, and he's always been my guy, man. I love throwing to him. He's done so much for me in my career, catching for me, and what he does at the plate. So what he's doing right now, he's so hot, and I just hope it continues, man, this streak.
Schwindel's starting to heat up. 2 hits yesterday. Ripped a slider for an RBI ground rule double in that 5-run 4th inning, and then a jammer single into left field. Now it's Jonathan VR, strikeout victim first time around. We're hanging out with the professor, Kyle Hendricks, and now I'll mix in a few of the YouTube creator questions for you, Kyle. They're all okay, no worries. Stark Raving Sports, our creator spotlight. Does Kyle have A favorite game he's ever pitched?
Favorite game I've ever pitched? That's a tough one. I mean, you always go back to your debut, you know, or maybe my debut, we ended up winning in extra innings, you know, so I didn't have the greatest start, but maybe getting your first win after that. I think it says more to just kind of the journey you had as a kid and all the people along the way that helped, your parents, all these coaches, everyone in your life, and kind of just, you know, realizing that moment, no matter how it goes, that's super special, something you'll absolutely never forget.
0-2 to VR.
Well, he had a good start the other day against the Padres.
Oh, 8 2/3.
My Padres.
You know,
I mean, it was nasty.
I couldn't get one more. I couldn't get one more.
8 2/3 is pretty nice.
You'll take that any day. If you're going that deep, you're probably winning, you know.
I mean, from the first inning, though, I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to be a long night. He had the changeup going. He was the good fastball. Oh, look at that.
VR finding the left side, which is the right side, if you know what I'm saying. One runner, but caught in between is Schwindel. Little too aggressive heading for third, and he's toast heading back to second.
He had the right idea, but the Pirates defended that very well as the catcher became the third baseman and the backup. I just loved everything that happened on this play. Obviously using the shift right there. Villar with a good hit going the other way. But watch the catcher. Look at him. He's seeing the play before it even happens. Good heads-up play right there by Hayes, understanding that he took a bigger turn than what he wanted, but there was somebody there, Chavis. Good heads-up play all around.
Catcher Tyler Heineman, first game with the Pirates. Fitting in nicely with the squad. One run in for the Cubs, though. Suzuki scored thanks to Schwindel's RBI, and now he's erased. And here's Keller going up against Morel. Oh, nice call by Mitch Keller.
Yeah, he was letting him know all the way.
No, it's the opposition, but I'm sure Kyle can appreciate that. I have one or two more if I can. Let's see. Runners off and moving, and in there. Villar swipes second. And he had a 60-plus stolen base season about 5 years ago. He can move.
Hey, you want to call this homer right here, 2-0?
All
on
day.
A fastball?
All day. I'm dropping my hat after what I saw last night.
Man, he's about to take a Noel hat right here.
How about this? If it starts riding, Kyle, you take over the call.
You got it all day.
Oh, yeah.
Cubs fans would rather hear you.
I don't know about that, but hey, if he throws him a heater right here, yeah, we'll see what happens. He turned that one around. That was such an awesome moment last night, man, for him. First AB.
He lit up this ballpark, and really everyone watching. I mean, in a game that wasn't close, if you were hanging around saying you're watching on TV, that was well worth it. And there's VR.
Kyle, does Noel remind you of Javi Baez?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah,
he's got a
that
little
swag.
in there. Absolutely. The confidence, the swag.
Yeah.
You know those guys that are just born to be baseball players.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. He's definitely fits that.
3-0, green light. Nope. Ball four. Take your base.
2-0 and 3-0 sliders, man.
Yeah,
after last night.
Yeah, the whole stadium knew that was coming.
Hey, Kyle, Fireball Review with an interesting question. What did Kyle and the team do the night you broke the curse and won the World Series in Cleveland? I'm going to guess that the word party is involved.
It was a long party, definitely. I don't know how many hours and days it turned into. But yeah, we were on the road in Cleveland, so I mean, we were there till 4 or 5 in the morning. It had to be. I mean, we had some people around. Bill Murray was there at some point in the middle of it. And yeah, so we ended up taking the flight back to Chicago. I remember we got back in, and we had like people at the airport. There were fire engines, all kinds of stuff set up, going off for us. It had to be around 6 in the morning. Like people were making their morning commute, you know. And we're coming in, obviously, still riding high, and it didn't stop from there until the parade. All the way through the parade, it was just nonstop for the boys.
That's amazing.
Not much sleep. It was a party. We have a little pause here, so I'll get one more in there. Kyle, your nickname is the Professor. We've been calling you that a couple times here during the interview. Where did that originate from? That also coming from Stark Raving Sports.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for me, I remember it starting a couple of the Latin guys. They started calling me Professor, you know, and I think it's just from the look, maybe. I don't know, you know, obviously.
From the pitching, too.
I'll take it from that. I'll take it from that, for sure. But it's developed from there, you know. It's just stuck.
Hey, and it means baseball IQ is there too, so you'll take it. And always a great conversation. Kyle, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of this one, and then good luck the rest of the season. Okay.
Stay healthy and keep going, brother.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Spending some time with Kyle Hendricks. Simmons flies out to center, but the Cubs add a run to even the score at 2. It's Suzuki with the double. Schwindel brings them home. Shooter. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Are you kidding me? It's gone. He's got another.
Mic talk. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life. Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
We're flying and landing in the 5th inning at Wrigley with the poll results. Cubs all-time great, next to get a statue. Of course, besides Fergie, who actually is getting one in real life on Friday, unveiled. It's Sandberg by a landslide, 51% of the pies, and it's Greg Maddux finishing in 2nd at 31%. I think that's a great call by Cubs fans and whoever else chimed in on the question. Another one coming later.
He's the man around here.
Ooh,
that's for sure. You know who I would want? I would want Sammy Sosa. I think when you look at him and what he did here for the city, I mean, talking about an MVP, a 7-time All-Star, over 600 homers. You know, I remember as a kid growing up and him going to right field with holding up the American flag and running around the outfield. I mean, this guy, he was a show, right? And people came to watch the show. He was what I like to call, he didn't, the controller was never touched when he was playing, when he was on prime time. You know, what he did for not only the Cubs, what he did for the game was incredible. I think he should get recognized for that.
He was everything.
Oh my gosh.
With Big Mac in the late 90s.
Yeah. With the Sammy swag, with the tape job and the wristbands, and oh man, the hop, the bunny hop after a homer. I mean, it was a movie every night.
I know it was a different time period, but 98 to 02, averaged 58 homers a year.
Oh yeah, I understand that, but you know what he did was just, it was incredible. I mean, this was, you were going to the park, and it was a party at Wrigley Field every day.
It's still a party now. Jack Sawinski.
Not finishing right there with Smiley and his curveballs. You know, I'm intrigued he still continues to call that. Maybe call that cutter slider to finish down and away. He surely has them set up. These are the sliders that just spin and they just stay upright. Oh, I try to go up the ladder there and freeze them. It's a good at bat right here.
Payoff, and it's drilled, carrying deep center towards the wall, and it is gone. Sawinski goes long.
With his parents here, his whole family here, that's gotta feel special. Make sure you get that ball, kid.
Hometown kid gives the Pirates the lead. Parents ecstatic.
That's amazing right there. Dead central, 400 feet, with family watching, 3-2 count.
On the 8th pitch of the at-bat, he did not miss it.
Oh, it's a good at-bat. It's an even
4
better.
games for Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah. Good at-bat, even better at-bat when you finish it like that with a little cutter. Oh, he stayed through that baseball, stayed behind it. Look at the sound of this.
And now a floater caught by Suzuki.
That's
off
got
the
to
bat
feel
of
good.
Hayes.
It's got to feel good.
Gave that one a good ride to Central, and the wind's not helping you out tonight. It's not hurting you a ton, but it's not helping you.
What you
kind
say
of left
before?
to right action a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's it, bro. Forever, dog.
Forever.
What are they saying? You're going to remember that one, right?
Forever. That's right.
He played some games at Wrigley as a kid. Had some high school games. The City Championship Series he played here. Went to Taft High School. He actually spoke to the Taft High School baseball team on Monday. So he's like fully taking advantage of the call-up and the
Look at his
hometown
dad.
experience.
He's crying. He's emotional right now. That's a good feeling right there. Oh man. Look at that.
Solidly struck by Reynolds up the middle, and he's on with a single. What did I say about being mic'd up
funny.
too on YouTube?
Yeah,
Dad was mic'd up kind of earlier.
Just him though. I'm sure his emotions right now are through the roof. Just like Dad. Oh man. Speechless right there. Enjoying it all. You know, those are the moments, the sacrifice, everything you do for your kids. Reliving that in 25 seconds right there.
It unraveled a bit for Drew Smyly in the 5th after the single for Reynolds with 1 out in the inning. New pitcher coming in to take over against Chavis.
They said the Pirates could not win a 3rd straight division title. But the Bucks are 1 out away from doing exactly that. 35,500 at Three Rivers Stadium. Melendez 3-2 pitch. McKnight is down on strikes. The Pirates have done it. The Pittsburgh Pirates have won their 3rd straight division title. Jeff McKnight strikes out to end the ball game and propel the Pittsburgh Pirates into the National League Championship Series one more time. Let the word go forth from this time and place. The Pittsburgh Pirates are headed to Atlanta again. Fireworks go off at the ballpark as the Pittsburgh Pirates celebrate their 9th National League Eastern Division Championship. And Jim Leyland, as he was in 1990, is being carried off the field again. Oh, what a sight this is.
The side armor, Scott Efros, enters the mix for Drew Smyly, and Jack Sawinski just went long a couple batters ago, and his parents are here. We spoke to them earlier. Amy, do you have them again?
I do have them. We're kind of getting all situated because the whole family's here. So Tim, tell us who we have here.
Sister Heidi of Jack, and my wife, And actually, his other sister, she's a bleacher bum today. You got to be in Chicago.
Okay, sis, so we got Dad on camera for the home run. We didn't see Mom. You were here, though, right, Mom? Okay, so Dad started crying. Oh, boy. Tell us, yes, you did. We saw it. Tell us about how emotional that moment was.
There's just no words to put to it. I mean, you've seen him hit so many times. You just know when he swings well, and you just know it's gone before it even gets out there. So there's just no words for it.
There really aren't. We didn't give you much time to put words to it, but I see your eyes are a little watery, Dad.
It's sweat.
The jig is up.
It's sweat.
What can you describe about what you just felt and saw with your son?
What he always wanted to do. His dream. So.
There's not a dry eye in the house here, you guys, that you can see what's going on.
Sweat.
Yeah. We do want to hear from Mom really fast, too, because she's holding it together. Obviously, she's the steel magnolia of the family. Just your reaction to what you just saw with your son.
Yeah, watching it, I was like, well, you couldn't first tell right away where it was going, or, if it was going to be. But then as soon as we saw that it was out there, it was just, yeah, we're tears, so many tears of joy. It's unbelievable.
Congratulations, you guys. These are the stories that we live for.
He's the only Chicago guy on the field, so from Chicago to Chicago, that hit.
That's why it's special. All right, Sawinskis, enjoy your night. All right, we'll try and leave you alone. Gentlemen.
They're like, hey, Amy, you can talk to us all day if Jack's putting together ABs like that.
That's right.
Sawinski, actually, that was where he was struggling versus Southpaws, and of course, you got to do a little dig me look back. He was 1 for 16 against lefties entering that AB against Smiley, and he got all of it.
He got himself another 10 at-bats, kid, against another lefty.
Oh, yeah.
You can do that.
Third career home run for Sawinski in the 9 spot for Pittsburgh as the inning continues with Efras.
Inside. 3-1. Fastball slider guy, a guy who's going to get a lot of ground balls, a guy who's got a lot of whiff. His stuff is just okay, but being a sidewinder against right-hander, it's very, very difficult to kind of lock up and get something to hit.
The numbers are dazzling so far this year. This is his 17th appearance. Working on Chavis right now. Ground ball right side, and it is stopped by Villar, but the throw is not in time. Chavis is in there with an infield knock. All-out effort from Jonathan Villar, and he did keep it from dribbling into the outfield.
That's a good play right there.
Quick recovery, too, to get up and make the throw, but Chavis beat it.
Yeah, it's a huge play, even though he didn't get the out, but it avoids Reynolds from going from first to third and making it a bigger inning. This is a situation right here for Vogelbach. It's kind of like the last at bat. You see that hole open at shortstop, and against a sidewinder, you want to let the ball get as deep as possible and take him the other way.
Big moment for Vogelbach, who is 1 for 2 tonight. RBI single in the third.
Yeah, this is a situation when anytime you can get a sidewinder like this, a righty sidewinder for a lefty, it's your bread and butter if you're going the other way. If you're giving yourself up to hit the ball the other way, not trying to pull, not trying to roll over on anything. Your foul balls and your misses should go to the left side of the field. That's a good pitch right there. Technically with guys like that, you kind of eliminate anything in, because since it's a sidewinder, that ball is going to be running back into the plate. So it's kind of a no-go for a sidewinder. You want to get him up in the zone and get him as deep as possible in the zone. That's a good pitch, good changeup right there.
Working the outside edge, and the swing and miss has been up significantly from Efras and his arsenal this season compared to last year, where he was looked at really as a more classic ground ball guy. Does a little bit of both now. They could use one here, either one. Ground ball or K would be nice for Cubs fans.
I think Bogey right there, he wanted to take a shot, he just didn't get it. I'm intrigued right now if there's not a leg kick used, spreads his legs apart and kind of goes more with an open stance and just a handsy type of swing, a protective swing.
Much brighter night for the Pirates compared to the last two. 3 runs on the board. We're in the 5th. Derek Shelton told us earlier today, I enter the ballpark same way every day, same attitude. Maybe a few more smiles tonight. Efros painting the outside corner and getting the call on the breaking pitch.
It's a good backdoor slider. Look, he did not miss with bogey right there. He started with the fastball, the changeup for a strike, down and away, and now that backdoor slider. Look, that pitch is coming all the way from left center. It is a tough pitch to kind of swing at. You give up as soon as it's off the hands, and it's coming right back to you for a strike.
Roddy Castro hitless tonight in 2 trips.
You know, if you're trying to hit that as a lefty, you kind of want to think foul ball. You know, you want to hit that ball, foul ball to the Cubs dugout. And the reasons for that is because you're trying to see it as deep as possible, trying to see it at the end when it's crossing the plate. That's when you want to attack that ball. Because if you attack it a little bit out in front, you'll just roll over to that into a double play. So it's such the backdoor slider on a guy like that, on a sidewinder like that, it's probably a very tough pitch to hit if it's well located. If it's not, well, it's not so good for the sidewinder. You got that to go off of with the changeup. You know, his stuff, when you look at the report, you know, it doesn't wow you. But when you face a guy, he makes quality pitches. Like I've always said, a good pitch is a good fastball down and away, and you can work with all the other pitches after that.
And there's your ground ball. A charge and a throw on to first to sit down the side. Scott Efros after the infield single from Chavis. Strikeout, ground ball out, but Jack Suwinski steals the show in the 5th along with the fam. The home run for the hometown kid.
His time. Here's the pitch. He got it! Gary Templeton! The 3,000th strikeout of his career. Gary Templeton goes down swinging. And Ferguson Jenkins being congratulated throws the baseball into the dugout. All of his teammates coming out to shake his hand. The photographers are out there. A historic moment for Chicago Cubs baseball. A standing ovation. It all started 17 years ago when he struck out Dick Groat in 1965. Listen to the crowd. Visitor, but a lot of them came to see it.
Bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Stream out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning and select pregame and postgame coverage. Visit MLB.tv for details. Jack Suwinski, 3rd career home run. He's played in this ballpark, grew up in the area. And many of the YouTube creators like Benny No going, I'm crying now. And I think his dad was like, I'm not crying, you're crying. That's sweat.
It's just sweat.
Yeah. I like how he was talking earlier in the interview with Amy the first time around about how, you know, I got my morning swim in and then Jack calls. Like,
it's great stuff, man.
Getting the whole gist from the fam tonight.
He's happy. He's going to sleep well tonight.
So, if you're a Chicago baseball fan, a Cubs fan, like, do you Do you smile? Do you feel for Jack there? You should,
absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
This isn't like your team lost the World Series on that.
It's a good story.
And he's from your neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, like his dad said, you know, he's the only guy from Chicago right now on that field. You gotta feel proud of that.
Ortega blooper, but it hangs up for the man of the hour.
You know, his dad said his sister is on the in the bleachers. I wonder if she's in left field, talking a little smack.
He was like, yeah, she's a bleacher bum tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
Imagine. He's like, hey, hi, sis. What's going on? Oh, he's locked in.
He's trying to focus.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you did that. I mean, this wasn't his first career homer, but this was probably the one he might remember the most.
Yeah.
Your first was here.
Yeah, left center. It was nice. It was fun. Hit it off of, what did I hit it off of? I can't think of him right now.
I'll get you the name.
He used to
I don't have it memorized. I should.
Let's just say he was a, he liked to argue with umpires quite a bit. Right-hander from Venezuela. I mean, I'm seeing his face right now. I just can't remember his name.
To argue with umpires.
Unbelievable. I can't remember his name.
Oh, Zambrano?
Zambrano. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Zambrano.
Zambrano's a big dude.
Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, I hit that ball, and I was saying, all right, run as fast as you can. I don't want to get one in my ribs after that.
Don't do what Chris Morel did yesterday, you're saying?
Yeah,
Don't do the whole dance.
And make sure you touch on the
Marlon
bag.
Zambrano have taken that.
Oh, my God. He would have probably gone and knocked on his door.
He might have tackled
he
you
might have tackled him before
while
he
you were rounding the pillows. He's a tough guy.
That's right.
A little different game back then. Wasn't that long ago, but you know what I'm saying. Ooh. Contreras down on strikes. He has not missed much lately.
We talk about Keller, you know, not missing up in the zone like that with Contreras, and he ain't too happy about it. Yeah.
Who gets that bat now?
Well, hopefully he gives it to a kid.
2 down in the 5th. Ian Happ, healthy Hack.
And what I'm seeing from Keller right now is, you know, much better rhythm, but living on the edges, using his secondary stuff effectively down in the zone. Nothing that's spinning up in the zone. Everything has been down and in the edges. That's where you want to be. You want to be right there, 96, 97 in your hands, where it's borderline. You don't want to be 96, 97 right down the middle. And I think that's where he would get in trouble. Everything was kind of like flattened out, up in the zone, easier to hit. When you're living on the edges, it's a lot tougher to hit. And on top of that, the umpire will give you those calls.
He can go pretty long if his stuff looks like this. I mean, he's stretched out to be a starting pitcher. This is his first career relief appearance. He's passed the 50-pitch mark so far tonight. Keller taking over for Will Crow.
He's got so many windows to go to here. That changeup is effective, as we see right there with that changeup. But you know, he's got even more windows now on this 2-2. He can go up in the zone like he did against Contreras. He can go back inside for those first 2 strikes that he had. I mean, when you're living on the edges and you have pinpoint control, there's a lot of places you can go.
Is that a 93-mile-an-hour changeup the pitch prior?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, when you're facing a guy like that, you either have 2 options. You can get him early if you see that he's kind of pinpoint control, or you can kind of wait him out and hopefully he leaves something out over the plate. You know, it's funny with Hab, he just stepped out right now because he's probably thinking he's thrown the 3-2 changeup before. I'm intrigued if he's thinking 3-2 changeup or more fastball in. Fastball in, and that was a good pitch right there. Yeah, and all this is becoming right now. It's a mouse and cat game, right? Where it's understanding, watching the baseball game, understanding what he's doing to left-handers, and then going with your approach and him attacking your weak points.
Now what?
Change it.
Outside? Missed.
Yeah, I would go with the changeup right there.
Good take.
He sped him up in. That was a good take right there by Happ. He's seeing the ball good. You know, he hit that homer on a changeup to left center, and now he just had a really good at-bat against a power-throwing Keller. That's a good at-bat. That's a good take right there. That's a professional. That's what we like to say. We got eyes. It's a good professional take right there. Good professional at-bat.
Happ's top 5 in the National League in on-base percentage.
Man.
over 40% of the time this year. A 2-out base runner. Is that it for Mitch Keller?
Oh, man.
Wow. Stuff looked pretty sharp. Did give up the RBI double in the 4th, but it looked like things were even picking up for Mitch Keller. He'll head back to the dugout, and Wayne Underwood will take over for Pittsburgh.
The Cubs are 1 out away. You are going to remember where you were right now for the rest of your life. A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant.
It got to me quicker than I thought it was going to be. You know, I kind of let out a little smile. And of course, my foot slips.
He slips a little bit. I see his foot, and I see the ball going up like this. I'm like, no, he didn't just throw that ball away. When the ball sails a little bit, but it went in my glove.
Drought in the history of American sports is over, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
It's over, and the Cubs have finally won it all.
What was his line?
Hey, we're back. We're chatting about Dwayne Underwood Jr. taking over for Mitch Keller, who is removed after 55 pitches. And Keller was stretched out to be a starter. He's coming out of the bullpen for the first time in his big league career. Here's Underwood, who is coming off an outing on Thursday against the Reds. 2 innings, 2 earned, 4 strikeouts. The ERA is not there for him, but it's, I mean, it's only 2 innings. What is it? 3 earned and 4 Ks so far this season. Impromptu poll.
Yeah, fastball,
I like this.
Fastball,
We just
curveball, changeup.
dug this up. What would you do in this situation? Would you have left Keller in or taken him out?
Oh
I know your
God.
answer.
I would have kept him in. He was mowing down the Cubs lineup. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's been stretched out, a guy who has been starting. You know, I think he deserved that kind of his game, especially his inning with 2 outs. Look, you got to understand, you got to watch the game, I think, in the sense of, you know, the at-bat against Happ. I mean, it was a good at-bat. It was an at-bat that it was a professional at-bat. But other than that, he's been mowing down right-handers. I would have liked to see him take another shot at Suzuki.
Seiya doubled in the 4th. Ended up scoring on a Schwindel RBI single. There's a strike from Underwood, who was actually a 2nd-round pick in 2012 by the Cubs.
Attended Pope High School. You know, I played against Pope High School back in my high school days. Good powerhouse baseball team.
In Marietta, Georgia.
Marietta, Georgia.
The Lowe brothers also attended that high school. Nathaniel, sometimes known as Nate, with Texas, and Josh Lowe, who was a member of the Rays.
Marietta does a great perfect game tournament in the summer there, where they have, you know, best of the best Southern baseball players. And I went twice to that. You know, I met some of my good friends in baseball. I actually met Cameron Maben there. I met Dexter Fowler there. A bunch of guys I went to college with. Yeah, good times. Marietta. It's a good changeup right there. 96, 97 up and in the zone to a good changeup down like that. It's just amazing when I'm watching right-handers how confident nowadays they are by throwing that changeup to right-handers. It changes the whole level because it's not a fastball slider combo type of thing. Now you have to think about that changeup as well. It creates a whole lot of problems for right-handers.
And that is to left. Sawinski. He gets good reads. I mean, he's fine there anyway, but plays a nice left field to retire Suzuki in the 5th, and Underwood does his job to strand the runner at first.
This guy throws really hard, and he's got a very good slider and a good split finger.
And the inning is over. Now the break-even pitch. Fastball at 96 miles per hour.
There's the first call, third. Chipper didn't like it, and that'll end the inning. Strikeout number 7 for Randy Johnson. That's going to be a tough play for Cintron. On the run, throws, and got him. And Hampton retired, and that makes it 18 in a row.
That's 10 of them. 21 in a row. He's still got a perfect game. 24 consecutive batters shut down. And the fans are getting with it now. And now he's a strike away.
Randy's just put on a clinic of not only stuff, but location.
And a 2-2 to Perez. Swing and a miss, and Randy Johnson has thrown a perfect game.
The YouTube player of the game joins us right now. There it is, the trophy.
Looks good. Proud to have it.
This is going up on the top shelves for sure.
I watch a lot of YouTube, so it's good. This might be my first trophy, so I'm going to have to make a trophy case.
It is pretty sweet.
Anytime you get a trophy, it's usually a good thing.
There you go, Jose.
Well, this is going to be right next to the TV, so I could just see it everywhere.
And the tradition continues as we hand you, the fans, the power to choose the YouTube player of the game. That's an early candidate, Jack Sawinski. So stay tuned. Later on in this one, you'll have a chance to vote on who will receive the trophy that has some weight to it and help us hand out the hardware. And we'll chat with that player after this one between the Pirates and the Cubs. Bucks up a run. I like this comment from Stark Raving Sports. Fan-controlled baseball. That's right. We help you pick the player of the game, and then also we ask you about some decisions that are made, which we'll get to in just a moment after we introduce Chris Martin, 15th appearance of the year for the veteran, who gets the baseball in the 6th.
Oh, Chris Martin, he's going to come at you with a fastball, cutter, slider. He's going to be around the zone and try to get strike one. That's his biggest key.
6, 7, and 8 in the Pittsburgh order. It starts with Diego Castillo. Breakout season for Castillo in the minors last year. He was picked up by Pittsburgh from the Yankees organization in the Clay Holmes deal, and Holmes has been dynamite out of the bullpen for the Bronx Bombers.
This is Javi Baez 2.0 right here with the batting stance, huh?
Morel does a little bit of that too.
He does, but this guy really reminds you of the waggle, the rhythm, the wiggle with his bat. I always did that. I always try to imitate guys. Look, that's Javi Baez.
Game face is on.
He was hitting some balls really far in batting practice today. I like his batting practice. It was nice. Diego Castillo.
Oh, he's got serious pop.
Yeah, he does.
Oh no. Here you go.
Peel, no, he did not go. But yes, we have more sound from Michael Chavis tonight on the pitching. Next pitch. We'll run it for you. 6'8" Chris Martin. And Castillo gets it past the right side of the infield, and a leadoff base runner for Pittsburgh. And now a little bit from Chavis.
When we played Pope, Dwayne was warming up there before the game, you know, because he's pitching and everything like that.
And he was the first person that I saw that threw like really hard. Because he was throwing like the same deal in high school. He's like 96.
Yonder?
That's some good stuff right there.
Who's he talking to?
We were just talking about him in high school. He went to Pope.
He doesn't have an earpiece. It's not like he's listening to the podcast.
He's got to have an earpiece.
Or is he?
I mean, hey, listen, Pope, it's a stack house high school with really good arms, really good players. He must have been listening.
He's like our third member in the booth.
Yeah.
Our analyst, Michael Chavis.
That's good stuff right there.
His teammate Yoshi Susugo hitting next. Strikeout, ground ball out tonight.
Martin with the Braves last year. Is that right?
That's right. World Series champ.
Have you seen those rings? Oh my God.
You can't miss him.
I mean,
you can live inside of them. They open up.
They have a light on them.
It's my style.
It's your style. You Scotty Braun.
Well, remember today
style.
we're walking through the Cubs' gorgeous renovated clubhouse setup, and that hallway that you stroll through kind of lights up as you're walking through it with the blue LEDs, and you and I are occasional club goers, so it fits the bill.
Scott, did you see the old clubhouse here at Wrigley?
I did. Susugo into left center. Ortega's going to call for it.
You know, my rookie year, Scott Rowland, I come into Wrigley Field, never been, batting cages were in right center. Only one batting cages, both teams had to share. But I had no idea I was a rookie. And Scott Rowland tells me in the middle of the game, the batting cages are 2 lefts, 2 rights, and another left. You're going to open up a door there, and the batting cages are in there. Me, of course, I go in there.
You fell for it?
Very humble kid. Go in there, fell for it completely, come back into the dugout. And everybody, including Dusty Baker, was having a good laugh at it. That's my old rookie Wrigley moment. Then, of course, I would come back and I would try to do it to all the rookies.
Well, that's what you pass on when
I gotta pass it on.
Rowland gives you some gold like that. Potential future Hall of Famer, and he was sneaky with the way he trolled players. Was underrated.
Well, he looked at me straight face and said, Yonder, go take some hacks. Make 2 lefts, make 2 rights, and another left. There's going to be a door there. Open it up. You're going to find a batting cage. I said, all right, you got it, sir. I'll go in there, take some hacks. I never found the cage.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you end up on Waveland?
I never found the cages. And then the next day, he made me go get Starbucks for the whole team. Oh, man, what a sight. Wrigley Field. Nothing better.
First game as a Pirate for Heineman. One more check on Castillo. I mean, Chris Martin has played all over the place, all over the world. 2016, 2017 in Japan. He doesn't use the splitter a ton, but do you know who he learned it from?
Huh, who?
Shohei Ohtani, apparently.
Oh, Shohei. Video game guy.
Ohtani
he's 100%.
Have you played against him?
No, I have not. No, I'm saying he is a video in real life. Throws 100, has a nasty splitter, and can hit a ball 450 feet.
Foul ball. Foul ball. Foul ball.
It's a foul ball, so Castillo's going to head back.
Look at
Someone going to tell him?
Look at Martin hit the deck as soon as that ball was hit. He knew Contreras was coming out of his crotch right there to go make that play. And he said, let me get out of the way. That's a good pitch right there. Trying to speed him up right now to go soft again, down.
So
trying
that's
to get
a
that
setup?
double play. Yeah, it's a setup. It's a wasted pitch. It's to see if he bites, trying to get his aggressiveness, but more than not, it's trying to move his eyes. That's all you're trying to do is move his eyes.
So coming off of that with the battle against the pitcher. Yeah, there's a loose baseball. That's not a real one.
Probably came out of the ivy.
Not authentic yet. Ivy spit it out. What's the thought process at this point against Martin after seeing a pitch like that? What's going through your mind at the dish?
Well, you understand they're trying to go up. Something soft might come, so it becomes a cat and mouse game, right? You can go again with another fastball up, but I would think it would be more something down using his aggressiveness. There's that changeup.
There it is. The splitter. Great call. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Jack Sawinski to deep center. Grew up a Cubs guy. Now he's playing for the rival in the division. Oh, so we're looking at where the wind directed that. It's like it's slight, calm conditions versus the current at-bat conditions, but it helped a tad, a tick.
It would have been a homer anyway.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. This is an adjustment period right here. After hitting a homer against a left-hander like that, you're feeling frisky at the plate, let's just say. So, you know, for a guy like him, it's just trying to slow down the at-bat. Wherever his pitch is where you're going to go. Just a pretty swing, though, by Jack, huh?
And that swing is the difference in the ball game tonight. Back pick. No, safe.
Oh, if you're a base runner at first base, those are the worst ones because you got a left-hander and you can't see Contreras that good when he's about to pick. It is a bad feeling. Look at the secondary. Look how late he reacts. He reacted late. Usually after that secondary, you want to take that hard jab back to the first base bag, but if you don't see it because it's the left-hander, you caught in no man's land right there, and it becomes a tighter play.
Did he get him? That was very close at first. Contreras has a cannon.
Oh, he loves throwing guys out, doesn't he? You can hear David Ross earlier in the meeting. He was saying, you know, I asked him, what's your favorite thing about Contreras? He says, oh, when he shows off that gun.
I think he might have gotten him.
It was closer than what I thought.
Should the Cubs have challenged? I say definitely. We might have to
there he goes.
Roll up another YouTube poll. There's Contreras with a test and throw. Got him this time. Castillo gunned down at second.
He's so good. He is so good.
He might have had him once, but he definitely had him at second. Do not mess with that right throwing arm right now. Castillo gave it a try and comes up empty. So did the Pirates in the sixth.
You think you'll have any trouble sleeping tonight?
I'm sure of it.
You will have trouble.
You're darn right.
How are you going to sleep the night before the 7th game of World Series? I woke up around 5 o'clock in the morning, and I can't get back to sleep. All I can think about is the 7th game. So I get up and I get dressed, and I'm walking around the streets of Baltimore. And I'm saying, boy, I hope I don't run into anybody, especially a cop. You know, a cop's going to wind up asking me, hey, what are you doing? I'm going to tell him I'm getting ready to pitch the 7th game of the World Series. I mean, he's going to say, come on, you're going to the big house with me, or a mental institution.
At the end of 8, Pittsburgh 2, Baltimore 1. Big bounding ball to Dave Cash at second. 1 away.
Frank Robinson came up, and I said, don't hang a slider. What do? I hang a slider.
And he hits a pop-up in the shallow left center. Hernandez, the shortstop, is back. 2 down.
Popped it up to shortstop. And now Merv Rettenman is up. He hits the ball up the middle. It's right back to Jackie.
Hernandez in back of the bag. He's going. Jackie Hernandez. Look at Glass. Glass has pitched the Pirates to the World Championship.
Strolling into the last of the 6th. We're on YouTube worldwide tonight for the Cubs and the Pirates. MLB Game of the Week. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G, and more from Dwayne Underwood. Misses with the fastball to Rivas to start off the inning. Cubs riding a season-high 4-game win streak. They've been better on the road so far this year, but picking up the pace in their home park. Streaky, too, Yonder. I mean, they had a miserable 14 out of 17 loss stretch. I mean, 3 and 14. And that's turned around significantly. There's a bouncer. And it's off his foot.
Oh, it's not.
No, he's done. You thought it was off his foot? Did it hit it? Oh, that was close. I think right in front of the foot, right? Oh, do you think he got him?
Right on the toe.
Oh, I mean, was he faking that?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
That was one of those.
I mean, it's a ground ball out is the call.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's like, you know what? I'm not even going to run to first base. I'm done. That's what we call jam.
Jam City into Hayes' glove. So now 2 away. It's
gotta raise them a little bit.
But then look.
I'm just surprised
What, is he
didn't really
flopping?
argue
He's faking that? No.
I'm surprised he didn't really argue it. So that's a tough play. I don't even know if that's reviewable. Pilar right here, first pitch swinger, loves to swing first pitch. I'm intrigued if they're going to throw him a changeup here. First pitch, trying to get him out. You know, Underwood's got a really good one.
Single and a stolen base in the 4th. Heater down the pipe.
A little cut slider, cut fastball.
Underwood debuted with the Cubs in 2018 at age 23. He was a top 100 prospect entering the 2016 season.
He's showing some good stuff. He's around the plate with his secondary stuff. He's not scared to throw, strike one. That's probably the hardest thing to do coming into a game like this, a tight ball game. Here it is. Here it is. And they've talked about it. Even David Ross, he was concerned. He was saying, hey, Pirates bullpen now, they got some studs coming out of that pen. They got some really good arms, some really good breaking ball stuff, guys that can spin it, the guys that come after you.
They're doing that underwater swing, and he did not go.
That changeup right there. That's a setup right there for that cutter in or that fastball up. Did he go? Oh, I hit a homer.
Close. Went change up now. Gets the chase. Another change piece. And a 9-pitch inning for Underwood. 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. Let's hit the 7th at Wrigley.
It's a beautiful day for baseball.
Good morning, guys. I'm Albert Alzole. This is my home movie.
It's the most talked about team that ever finished second.
This is how the Cubs became alive. That team was about joy.
It was just uplifting.
That's what baseball is. It's an escape.
2, 1, liftoff.
I thought that to win was part of our destiny.
What would happen if we had won? Would they still be talking about us?
I want to leave my mark on this place.
And this is, who made me me.
That chase of freedom, that practice of being free, I think that allows for mental calmness and mental peace.
I think we have relocated the happiest humans in the ballpark tonight. The Sawinski family, hoping that Jack and the Pirates can hang on to this one-run lead as we just check out one of the most iconic venues on the planet. By the way, for 7th inning stretch time after 3 more outs, we'll stick around, as is customary for Cubs fans when they're watching their ball club on a nightly basis. 7th inning stretch. So what's the coolest part of attending a Cubs game? That's one of your options. Wrigleyville, Wrigley rooftops, singing "Go Cubs Go."
I mean, I have a different aspect of it. I was a player, so for me it was just enjoying everything about it. Batting practice is probably one of the funnest parts about being a visitor here and coming in. It's a packed house. Everybody's in the bleachers enjoying a day game. Usually when it's a day game, tonight it's obviously a night game, but it is a lot of fun. Just kind of the vibe in here. It's just young. Everybody wants to have a good time and obviously see their Cubbies win.
Sawinski bats again because he was up in the 6th and Castillo was caught stealing. So a new life and a new pitcher he'll face, Michael Gibbons. Extreme fly ball pitcher. Gets a nice call on the corner. I've been here for some of the most historic recent wins in Cubs history, so to me, "Go Cubs Go" resonates like being in the ballpark after a playoff W. Like I remember I was here, I think it was the first time they had clinched a playoff series win at home in a very long time, and to say this place was rumbling.
Oh yeah.
You could hear "Go Cubs Go" across the Midwest.
And the renovations they've done here have been tremendous. I mean, beautiful scoreboards. The seats have changed, but you still got that feel, that old school feel stadium.
And Sawinski strikes out this time.
It's a good pitch right there on a sidewinder, up and in right there. He's got good stuff, Gibbons. Veteran, started with Baltimore. He's always pitched well, high leverage situations, really tough on right-handers.
He last pitched on Saturday in Arizona. 4-2 Cubs win, 1 hit, picked up 2 outs, no runs. That was like a partial Cubs home game in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Fans travel well there, and many just live in Arizona.
Cubs fans travel well in general.
So do Pittsburgh fans.
And so do Pittsburgh fans.
You go to a Steelers road game, football-wise, and you're like, wait, who's home?
Yeah, my dad's a Steelers fan. That was old Big Ben.
About 7-ish hours between Chicago and Pittsburgh.
I found out that the uniform for the Pittsburgh Pirates, it's not yellow, it's actually engraved gold.
Hayes to right
on the lettering,
and Suzuki camps under it.
If I'm not mistaken, that's what I heard.
Gold?
Yeah, it's gold.
Gold and yellow are in the same family to me.
Yeah, well,
gold's a
potatoes,
swaggier version. Yeah. Well, you're big into colors right now with the kids too.
I am.
Right?
I am.
Color books at home.
Oh yeah.
The whole deal.
Whole deal.
2 outs. Here's Reynolds. He's reached in all 3 trips.
That's a good pitch right there. I keep saying it. Fastballs down and away are perfect. Just love the at-bats for Brian Reynolds. Now facing himself for the first time left-handed, but using the shift when he was hitting righty to his advantage. Just a good hitter.
Givens looks fire so far tonight.
Yeah.
Stuff is crisp.
Crisp, got good rhythm. He just wants to throw it.
Fastball slider change. Strikeout rate is up big.
Up in the zone, maybe?
Heater up. There's the setup. And a connect to center. It will be caught. Sliding catch by Ortega. A 1-2-3 seventh. And a stretch that will stay here for.
Oh, here we go. Want to say Sky? Oh, we got to stand up for this.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the
That's amazing. Would you say it's probably the most, you know, obviously the 7-inning stretch and then when you sing Take Me Out to the Ballpark, isn't it just different here in Wrigley Field?
Of course it is. That's why we're staying here. We don't do this every week. If you're watching worldwide just to get a taste of what goes down at Wrigley on a nightly basis or daily, if it's a Cubs day game, which is also a scene. Playing back an old Harry Carey clip.
There we go. That's a good one today.
I'm being told to sit so that
I'm stretched out.
They can show what we look like. Good one.
It's a good one.
Contest. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G is downstairs on the field. We're thrilled to be with you, worldwide watchers on YouTube tonight, and we've seen a little bit of everything. I would say at a pretty nice pace as well.
Good
Smiley
pitching.
was off to a fire start with the swing and miss, and the Pirates did catch up to him. Also, to say they were due, I think would be an understatement. They were shut out in the last 2 games. Cubs pitching has really picked it up.
Yeah, but for the Pirates, much more consistent at bats. I think that's been the key. Better pitching. I really like what I saw from Keller. He was ecstatic, and just in general, the whole bullpen has been lights out. But like you said, Scotty, you were right on. They were due. They were due for a good game, a good offensive game, and with more consistent. Really good defense from both teams as well.
It's not done yet. Home 7th. Yesterday's star, Chris Morel, made his MLB debut with a pinch hit home run. Eight-hitter tonight, starter playing third base. He can fill in at a number of positions. He gets called up yesterday with Jason Hayward hitting the COVID IL. He's a free swinger.
Yeah, he is, and they know that too. The Pirates do. They've been working him backwards.
His answer to my last statement would probably be, well, look at my last plate appearance. I walked in the 4th.
Yep.
And he's going to watch that one. Hit the corner, strike 3, second K for him tonight. Maybe a little too patient.
That's a good pitch, though. I mean, he made some quality pitches right there. That's a good changeup once again. You know, he's been throwing them to the right-handers. When you got a guy that's throwing changeups on righties like that, you have to respect it as a hitter.
And a home plate ump tonight that's definitely calling pitches in the zone or even close to it.
Too close to take.
Too close to take. I mean, that's the 5th Cub to take a called third strike tonight.
Yeah, but you know, Underwood has shown he likes to throw that changeup. Right there, we see it again. You know, where we mostly see a guy that throws 96, 97 miles an hour have a really good slider. It's actually been the fastball changeup for him that's been working.
That's a field pitch, the changeup.
It is.
So when you've got it on a night like tonight, you ride it. Is that it?
That's that changeup.
Wow.
Yeah, but Simmons is the type of guy that he can cover the plate. Like he can sit on changeup and still hit that fastball the other way. He was fooled completely there. He was trying to take a hack right there. 1-0, trying to go big fly. That's a better take right there by him. It's a situation late in the game when you think you're going to get a fastball and you go for it, and he pulls a string on you. It's not a good feeling. But even then now, 2-1, you know, after throwing that 1-0 changeup, you have to respect the changeup. So you become a little bit more of a defender at the plate.
And chopper to short for Castro. Got him. Download the MLB app to get video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch info, breaking news, player updates, leaderboards, and more for your favorite team. Also, Play Ball is a global initiative to highlight the fun and accessible ways to play the game for all. To learn more, including how to find a league near you, go to playball.org and follow @playball on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. That guy's pumped.
That is pumped.
I was fired up when I saw this game on our schedule.
Night game in Wrigley?
Yes, please. What are we doing later? Worry about it in a few innings. Pirates pitchers have retired 9 of the last 10 Cubs.
You know, one of the better changeups I've seen this year, right here, I've seen from Mr. Underwood.
And he is using it much more frequently than
it's
usual.
On command. I mean, it's a back-to-back changeup. Wow. It doesn't matter who you are. He's got feel for it. And when you have feel for that pitch, it does wonders for everything else. I mean, you can throw him another changeup if you want. You can go up the ladder if you feel like it. But if it's working, you might as well stay with it.
Another changeup?
Why not? Oh, here we go, going up.
Ortega smoked it foul.
Yeah, I think everybody in the stadium knows what pitch is coming next.
You got to go back, right?
No, you got to go back.
It's crazy though. I'm looking at the
But
usage.
it goes 98 miles an hour. I mean, that was 98 fastball. Yeah. But when you got that feel for that changeup, I mean, he's borderline strike to ball. It's falling off the table. I mean, there's not much they can do with it right now.
That's a pitch he uses 18% of the time, much more frequently tonight, and he spiked one.
Yeah, he just wanted to be perfect with it. That's why he spiked it. he wanted to be too sweet with it.
It's almost like a changeup heat check. Like,
yeah,
how many times can I go to it before one doesn't quite come off the hand the same way?
And if you're an infielder, you're right with him too. You're saying, all right, here we go, here we go. Throw him that changeup. Throw him that changeup.
13 out of 25 pitches, more than half of them have been the change.
Sorry.
He missed.
A little natural cut right there on that fastball. It's a good pitch too. I mean, the stuff is there. It's some special stuff. Little cut fastball at 94. He's got 98 in the tank. He's got a good changeup. I mean, I've been very impressed by Underwood.
3 infielders on the right side for Ortega, and now a full boat. Leadoff hitter, center fielder, homered on his birthday on Sunday in Arizona, first of the year.
I'm glad he's getting a shot here to play. Ortega is, you know, he was with the Braves for a while. Good player, had a good season last year here with Chicago.
And he works a walk.
Quality at bat right there.
Yonder last year, 291. OPS above 800, over 100 games for the Cubs.
Yeah, he got a chance to play. He was very impressive. They really liked him. And here comes your hottest hitter, and Contreras. You know, Ortega, he always gives you quality at bats. You know, he may not. He's kind of that glue guy we like to call, where he's going to set things up. He's going to start things. He's going to start rallies, especially now. 2-out rallies are crucial for a winning team. And, you know, no better place to do it right now than with your best hitter in Contreras.
Yeah, we've seen Ortega work a count very well in his big league career and just pass the baton to the team's best swinger.
That's all he does.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. How was my pace? Was it similar to this
good.
game?
I was just thinking, I'm like, so I can't record and send it to my mom?
No. That's what I just said.
All right. Got it.
So we have you here.
Copy that.
Words per minute. Speedy. Dwayne Underwood Jr. working at a brisk pace with a ton of success off a very specific pitch.
Oh yeah, the changeup has been working. It's been lights out, but you know, his 97, 98 up in the zone in all quadrants is still working, and it's still a good pitch. I just love what I've seen with the changeup. He's falling in love with it. He's throwing it to right-handers. He's throwing it to left-handers. And anytime he can spot that changeup like he is right now, it's setting himself up for a good night.
I'm sitting next to a man who really knows how to break down a swing and an approach. I'm hoping maybe even Wilson Contreras takes one or two pitches so we can lock in on this AB yonder.
Yeah.
Pretty fresh out of playing in the big leagues. And you were a guy that studied and really could appreciate how Wilson Contreras has evolved as a hitter, letting the baseball travel more. I mean, really taking advantage of the opposite field approach and thinking center field.
Yeah, but the takes right now are really nice. I mean, you know, when you see it taken, there's really no flinch. He's really trusting his hands. He's trusting his eyes. But more than that is the approach. He's trying to go middle of the field right here. He's respecting the changeup. He understands the changeup. But, you know, with that being said, he's got to key in on the fastball. And, you know, you start off as a hitter like that, you always got to think fastball. Even if a guy like Underwood has a good changeup, you still got to go off the fastball. It's the fastest pitch, it's 98. Then you have to adjust on everything else with the location.
Is he going to let loose on 2-0? He does.
Yeah, he let go, and it was a changeup. I was intrigued by that swing too. He picked it up late. I'm intrigued if he throws a 2-1. You know, Contreras is the type of hitter that he'll think in zones. What I mean by that is he'll think fastball up and away, and he'll adjust if it's a changeup middle in. So as I see that, he's trying to let the fastball kind of play up to the speed of a bad changeup in. So right there, that was that take. If that pitch was a little bit down, he's green lighting it. He's going for it. And again, you know, if he throws him a changeup here, he's got to make sure he's got to be down as your miss. Anything up, he's going to clobber it to left field. He's still going to think fastball the other way, middle of the field the other way, trying to be a good hitter, but anything out over, it's not so good for Underwood.
There goes the
he
center.
just missed that ball.
Yeah, he missed it. Didn't get all of it. Reynolds puts him away. We've done the 7th. On to the 8th. Pirates leading 3-2 on YouTube.
Are leading 1-0, and here we go. First at bat today for Barry Bonds. Bonds arrived in Oakland spinning his wheels in pursuit of that elusive 714th homer.
Bonds drives one. Right center field. Hit a ton. It is out of here. 7-14. And he is now tied with the Babe. And believe it or not, they are all on their feet here in Oakland. And the Giants players are all coming out of the dugout. And this is a great moment. Bonds at 7-14.
How he got here and who the man is, those are discussions for some other time. Today it's only the matter of what he has done. Barry Bonds has tied Babe Ruth 714 home runs.
I'm always like, what are the big leaguers saying on the field? Answer for us, Michael Chavis.
Don't tell me you're 6'7" and can't dunk. You can dunk. Okay, can you palm a basketball?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure you're not used to 6'7", you know? Like, what if you're like 6'7" and you just had like baby hands and they're like, hey, you want to play basketball? And you're like, no, I can't even grip a softball, dog.
He's chatting with Zach Thompson, who is super tall. That's good.
Can you dunk a basketball?
But you know how, I mean, fans, and even if you're watching the game from home and you see players talking it up in the dugout, sometimes, and you can help me out with this, Yonder, you're going, all right, tell me, what's this guy got? And other times, it's, hey, can you dunk?
Yeah, oh yeah. Conversations are for days. I'll tell you what, he's got some pretty cool cleats. No.
Whoa, that's hard up the middle. And Chavis,
it's got to be the
one
cleats.
Pitch, base hit up the middle.
And we've talked
three
about
singles tonight for our mic'd up YouTube player.
Three absolute rockets. Listen, whoever's next on our game, they gotta be able to wear the mic.
Well, it's Twins Tigers next week. We'll get into that on the postgame. Did that knock off the cleats? Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Rowan Wick into the game for Chicago. He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
You have the kicks of the night, by the way. In the postgame, actually, we have 30 minutes all dedicated Pirates and Cubs. If you want to hang out with us.
He's got some good ones.
Chavis does, and here's Wick's line this year, which is stellar. You're going to have to take one shoe off after the game.
I'm going to take it off right now.
Okay. Do it, and we'll show
after
everyone.
the game.
Why wait?
Why wait?
This is Vogelback.
All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
I mean, that is something.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
I mean,
There's
those are
Chavis.
sweet
All right, here's the
kicks right there,
matchup.
man.
Better kicks tonight. Chavis with the last name. Vogelback fouls that one off. Or again, a good look. Oh, and he's got.
I mean, come on. That's not fair.
Pirate smiley face emoji.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to yours in a sec, I think. Trying to steer the ship. A 1-for-3 Daniel Vogelback, cleanup hitter tonight. Off speed from Wick for a strike. Evens up the count.
Not bad.
They're not giving you love yet.
No, not yet.
They're coming. Big pitch here to Vogelback. Soft contact, should be 2. Easy. And giving us time now.
Good pitch right there. I mean, these are pretty sweet. You know?
Those are Space Jam-ish.
Yeah, you got a nice little.
Oh, look at
rock
that.
On. Yeah, believe. Be brave in the insole.
Number 14.
Yeah.
Got the Jordan logo. That's a good matchup.
Want to take a whiff? It smells good.
No, I'm actually trying to steer clear.
I never wear them.
You in general always smell great. I will tell the world. We spend a lot of time together, and Yonder has got the perfect cologne rate.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the shoe off does mix things up a little bit. We're outside though. Anyway, let's finish up the current poll. Coolest part of attending a Cubs game? Wrigleyville wins.
Oh yeah.
Go Cubs go was close.
It was.
That's in there.
It was funny. I kind of secretly sing it as well, even when I was a player.
Really?
Yeah.
When the game was done?
I was like, oh, I like the game. And that means I was taking a loss, and I was still singing it. Go Cubs, go.
It really gets,
it gets
ingrained in your brain if
really
you hear
does.
it enough. Roddy Castro looking for his first hit tonight.
Ouch.
Wick's been on fire this year. Low 1 ERA. 17 strikeouts to 6 walks in 13 2/3 innings. Picked up the double play ball, and the bases are empty here in the 8th. His team down a run.
Yeah, that's heavy. Everything he throws is heavy. You know, you can tell by the takes that guys don't pick it up. That's good. Uncle Charlie. I mean, anytime you're facing a guy like that with that heavy type of stuff and he throws down a 3-1 curveball, just freezes you.
And he's emerged as the closer. David Robertson is back. He had been racking up the saves, but saves in each of the last 3 appearances for Wick.
Yeah, Wick's got he's got closer stuff too. I mean, don't get me wrong. This stuff is electric.
Pinch hitter, yes. Ben Gamel coming in. I know you're a big Ben Gamel fan.
Oh yeah.
We watch a lot of baseball, and we watch all 30 teams pretty evenly, and this is one that stands out to you when you catch the Pirates. Why?
You know, a true pro, a guy that, when you watch the Pirates, this is a guy that you're going to lean on. He's a truly professional, a guy who plays every day, plays very hard, and talking to Derek Shelton, he said, they can cast how much this guy runs. He takes one of the many more steps in the outfield than any other outfielder in the big leagues, and it tells you how he plays the game. He's always backing up a base. He's always doing the extra run for you. He's a great guy in the locker room. He's a guy that shows up early. He's a student of the game, and I'm glad that he's not only getting a chance to play here, but also having a really good year so far.
Hot month, but a strikeout victim. Wick gets him to chase down in the zone with the curveball. Nice inning from Rowan Wick to work around a single and a walk. Mid-8, 1-run game at Wrigley.
Ernie Banks comes to bat, hitting .241 at the moment. 2 home runs, 13 runs batted in, 499 lifetime homers. Garvin fires away. That's a fly ball, beat the left, back, that's it, hey, he did it, Ernie Banks got number 500, a line drive shot into the seats and left, the ball tossed to the bullpen, everybody on your feet, this is it. Ernie Banks off Pat Jarvis, May 12, 1970, second inning against the Atlanta Braves. There's the ball. Willie Smith got the ball. From Carter gets bounced in and out of the seat.
Thanks to all the Chicago fans and all the players who helped me a great deal, my mother and father, and to me it was a tremendous thrill, but it takes a lot of people to help you to get to such a milestone.
We spoke to David Bednar earlier in the dugout, one of our State Farm interviews, and I did say, maybe see you later. He was like, yeah, sure. Well, it's happening right now, Amy. He is on the mound.
Yeah, well, as you guys know, baseball, a very small world. The connections run deep. Bednar is going to face Happ. They've been doing this a while, gentlemen. They actually grew up in the same area of Pittsburgh, played on the same coach pitch team at the ripe age of 8 years old. The coach for that team, David's dad, Andy. Now, Bednar eventually moved on, but the two remained friends. They played on travel teams together, and they always find time to visit when they find themselves in the same city. Now, Bednar told me anytime someone from Pittsburgh does well, the community rallies. Fun note also on that baseball team, gentlemen, in that team photo, Troy Apke, safety for the Washington Commanders. Some pretty good athletes coming out of there.
Serious athletes. Thank you, Amy. And Happ got under one to right. First out in the 8th. Maybe a 2-inning save tonight for David Bednar. I mean, he's done multiple innings before like this.
You know what's the best part about facing your friends? It's the text afterwards.
What are they like?
Well, if you get them, you're the one that's supposed to text I got you. But then more than not, the pitcher will get you, and then he's texting you telling you he's got you. So tell him, well, you pay for dinner then. Well, whoever gets who pays for dinner.
That's the trade-off.
That's it. Oh, he's in the heart of the order right now, though.
That's
not
probably
an easy
why
task.
they're going with their top gun out of the bullpen right now. Also, just some swapping around in the outfield. Sawinski, who's been playing in left, is now in right as Gamble enters the game for Castillo, and there he is in left. Can't miss him with the beard. Very Pirate-ish.
Yeah, you know, I asked him today. He used to have really good flow. I said, "What happened, man? Why'd you let it go?" And we're talking about Ben Gamble. I said, "I don't know. I got tired of it. I had to comb it a lot." This whole baseball hat thing every day I got to do it's not so much fun when you got long hair.
It's a lot of maintenance. You see Jack Sawinski's father with a baseball in his hands. I wonder if that's Jack's homer ball. Someone make a little exchange.
I want to say they threw back the ball, though. I'm not mistaken. They threw my ball back.
We'll take a look. We'll look back. This whole game is being recorded, just so you know. So we'll figure it out. Another K.
You know, nobody this year has gotten a hit off his splitter.
Oh, there's the baseball. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a good throw.
That was a really nice gesture.
Yeah.
And then Simmons says, "Hey, let's get this to the Sawinskis, please." So gracious. That was the intent, right?
That was the intent.
I think the Sawinskis deserve this. Let me chuck it back.
That was definitely the intent.
Yes.
you know when I hit my ball, they threw it back, and all I kept saying is, "I better go get that ball. Better get that ball."
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Nice.
Gave it to my dad. Yeah.
Wholesome content on YouTube. That's what we're here for. Two gone. Here's Rivas, who is 0 for 3. He struck out looking twice tonight.
There you go.
And you know, Bednar's all over the zone.
Oh, yeah.
He's feeling himself with his stuff so far this year. He is looking like he might represent this team at the All-Star game if he keeps this up. He's also the only pitcher with multiple 6-out saves this season. That could be the plan tonight, especially if he keeps this 8th inning tidy. Only pitch number 9 of the inning for Bednar coming up. And that's also drifting to left. He got under it. So 9-pitch inning for David Bednar. I bet we'll see him in the 9th. But first, a chance for Pittsburgh to add a little insurance in the top of the frame.
The last half of the 9th inning. It's the New York Yankees 9 and the Pittsburgh Pirates 9.
I was just sitting there thinking about how in the world we're going to beat these guys and what's going to happen here. And somebody yelled, "You're up." I forgot I was up.
And Ralph Terry, of course, on the mound will be facing Mazeroski.
Sudden death now, last of the 9th, 9-9.
As I was walking to the plate, the only thing I could think about was I got to hit the ball hard somewhere, get on base and get this thing started. Now, I had no visions of hitting a home run or trying to hit a home run.
There's a drive in the deep left field. Look out now.
When I hit it, I didn't know for sure if it was going out. So I was running my butt off around first base and just busted my tail trying to get to third base. But then I heard the noise, the people yelling. I looked down the left field line, and the umpire's giving it this shot.
That ball is going.
Then I hit second, and I don't think I touched the ground the rest of the way home. I just floated home.
Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. That's nice. First appearance since May 7th for David Robertson. Just activated off the COVID IL today. Mark Leiter Jr. optioned, with Robertson so far off to a fine start. 12 innings, a 1.5 ERA. We last saw him on the 7th of May against the Dodgers, giving up his first 2 runs of the season.
Cutter curve, 2-seamer. Been known to backdoor that cutter or front hip that cutter.
You've probably faced him.
Oh, I faced him a ton.
You did?
Yeah. Not sure about the numbers, but faced him quite a bit.
We'll get there.
I always knew I was going to get a cutter, though. What?
Just missed to Tsutsugo. Nice night at the ballpark. Actually didn't get as cold as I thought it would.
No, it
kind of stayed in a decent low 50s range.
It just stayed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mother Nature.
It's a kind of a blanket day to the ballpark. A little hoodie with a blanket. We're in business.
And that is, dropped, as VR was in the right spot in the shift setup. Tsutsugo will reach.
Yeah, he wants that back. That's a play he makes 100% of the times. One hopper, just kind of took his eye off of it a little bit, handcuffed him.
And charged with an error. He get ahead of himself?
Yeah, just a little bit, just a hair.
Kind of squeezed the glove too soon. Leadoff man is on in the 9th, and Heineman trying to bunt Tsutsugo across. I mean, that was laid up right over the middle, but he couldn't square it up. They don't bunt like they used to yonder.
Yeah, that part of the game, it's a little different. I think the bunt will be coming back, though. I think with the no shifts next year, I think that will be coming back. Now, it's not that easy to bunt against a guy who, throws cutters and the ball's moving late. And also throw that curveball, which if you throw that curveball, usually that curveball with that bunt, ball goes up to a pop fly, to a pop-up. But it's not that easy to bunt off a guy like this.
He's showing it right away, and it's popped up and caught. Not the curve, but same story.
It's not easy. The hardest thing to do is bunt for a sacrifice.
The hardest thing, really.
I've always felt like if you're going to bunt, try to bunt for a hit. It's a more athletic move than a sack. It's so hard because you're giving yourself up. But it's very hard to do that in a standing still position when a guy is throwing cutters at 92, 93 miles an hour. I'd much rather you try to somewhat bunt for a hit while you're doing an athletic move than a sack bunt.
Heineman's done it in his career. There's only 30 career games for the Pirates backup catcher, and he had 4 sack bunts so far on the ledger. Sawensky family standing.
Yep.
Imagine if someone's behind them going, "Hey, sit down." Do you know who I am?
Well, he's got the unis on. They got the unis on, so.
I just wonder if anyone's been jawing at the Sawensky family. Hey, Pirates fans. No, we're from Chicago.
Outside. That's a backdoor cutter right there. Those are the ones that if you're a left-handed hitter, you want to go after. You light up if you want to go after those. Anything middle in, you kind of want to let it go because it's just riding into your hands. The way you hit a cutter is you're always looking out over, especially up in the zone, and trying to hit up to center field.
I like this live look.
Oh yeah,
at the
very excited. We're gonna get a backdoor cutter though.
Hitterish count.
Here we go. Oh, that was it right there.
He's been consistent calling that pitch all night.
Yes.
Plates extended a little wider than usual tonight.
It's a good pitch, 3-1. Backdoor cutter.
And he goes down on strikes.
It's a good pitch.
Robertson has really resurrected his career.
Yeah, he has. It's a little slider right there.
Now Ke'Bryan is with 2 outs in the 9th. Susugo on first. Double, stolen base. And he scored back in the 3rd. And this is similar stuff from David Robertson from years ago.
Yeah, a little quick pitch right there too to mess up with the rhythm and the timing of Hayes.
Had Tommy John surgery, debuted in September last year with Tampa Bay.
He's
his
sharp.
First appearance since April of 2019. And look at him go.
Oh yeah, he's sharp.
David Robertson is back in the Cubs bullpen, activated off the IL today, and that's a great thing for their bullpen. But now, do the Cubs have another run or more in them? Bottom 9 last licks on YouTube at Wrigley coming up.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Driven out to deep right field. Is it deep enough? It's not, but it'll bounce over the wall with a 1-0 lead as Mom got a ball that bounced over the fence from Mullins. And how about Mom? High fives for Mom every day. Today on Mother's Day.
McNeil going back toward the wall, and the wind keeps it in the yard. Castellanos just did a head-first dive around first.
2 to Muncy. And that one kicks away from Contreras. Trey Turner scrambles to 3rd, but Will Smith stays put at first.
Boom. Hi, Papa. That'll make Muncy bilingual.
First question, and I don't. Max Muncy's playing 3rd. He's not wearing a cup.
Doesn't seem like he is.
It's next level analysis right here.
Hey, the Pirates YouTube channel has exclusive interviews, historical flashbacks. What do we do every morning? Unique New York.
Unique New York.
I botched it. And much more. Visit youtube.com/Pirates today. Also, the Cubs YouTube channel, your destination for highlights, player profiles, behind the scenes content, and more. You know where to go.
That's right.
Last chance for the Cubbies. Took the first 2 in this series. 9-0 Monday, 7-0 last night. It's much closer on a Wednesday evening. 3-2 Pittsburgh. More from David Bednar, who joined us back in the 2nd inning, and he's looking to become the only pitcher with multiple 6-out saves, or he already is the only pitcher with multiple 6-out saves this season. This would be number 3 already on the year for him if he can pull it off.
Toughest outs to get. It's the last 3.
Schwindel, Villar, Morel. You see where I emphasized my speech?
Oh, yeah.
Frank's starting to figure it out again. What a year for him last year. 326, 14 homers in 64 games, picked up off waivers from Oakland in July.
I would think if he gets on here, they'll see a pinch runner.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Bednar fastball up in the zone with the four-seamer because the whiff percentage is tied for best in baseball on that pitch.
You know who else has really good whiff like that?
Who?
Diaz, closer for the Mets.
Edwin Diaz, yeah, sure. Broken bat, scooped up by Hayes for the first out. Edwin's brother too, Alexis, on the Reds. We saw
good stuff,
the other day. Yeah,
electric stuff.
And now VR. One hit tonight. In the fourth, it was a single, and he stole a bag as well. Hey, Wilson Contreras hit his 100th career home run the other day, and he was emotional about it. You know, he had to grind to get to where he's at, and he's been super successful up in the big leagues. Jonathan VR's one home run away from a hundo.
Huh.
He homered yesterday. He's going for it there.
Oh yeah, he sure was.
That's that good heat up in the zone from Bednar.
And when you're facing a guy like that with good heat, understanding he's got good ride on that fastball. Once you see that fastball, you kind of want to hit, you want to split the ball in half, and you want to hit the top half of the ball. Kind of meet it. Anything underneath that, you're either going to foul it off like right there or just whiff it.
This worked out for him yesterday. 94-mile-an-hour sinker, kind of tailing back over the plate to left center field. His first of the year, in a bit of a sarcastic celebration too. Like, yeah, there it is. Took me a minute.
It's a good swing right there.
It was his first home run at Wrigley. Down on strikes this time. Tipped back into the mitt. He has struck out 3 times tonight. Bednar's second punch out.
Yeah, underneath it right there. It's very hard to get on top of those baseballs. Kind of have to trick your mind into trying to meet it at the top of the zone and not drive it. Kind of hammer it with a hammer. Thinking like you have a hammer in your hands. That's how you want to hit that pitch. Oh.
Look who it is. First big league start for Christopher
That's a healthy
Morel.
hack right there.
Oh yeah. Laid off that one.
It's a good take. He might have bought him another fastball up in the zone.
A walk and 2 strikeouts for Morel. That's a big deep breath right there.
Oh yeah. Oh. That's a 1-1 count in a high leverage situation. Even though there's nobody on base, that is as good as it gets right there. It is sharp, it is short. Not much you can do with it right there.
It's big league sequencing right now from David Bednar. Morel last night fell behind 0-2, worked the count full, pulled a pitch past left field, past the bleachers. And these fans remember it. I mean, it was only last night.
That's a good visit right there. I know the fans don't like it, but you want to be sure of this right here. What do you got? Think he's going up the zone again, up the ladder? 97, 98, or he's got that slider to show? I'm going with fastballs up in the zone right here. There it is.
You are correct. Challenging him. And And the Cubs will stay alive in the ninth. Morel wins the battle. 2-out base runner. There's a knock and a big ovation.
Yeah, he made an adjustment right there. He got on top of this. Got on top of that fastball. For Bednar, though, it wasn't as high as he wanted it. Kind of left it a little bit more down than he wanted it right there. But you know, Morel made a really good adjustment on the previous fastballs and sliders. Stayed short with it right there, not trying to do too much. He became a hitter. He understood he wasn't going to slug. He just wanted to hit a baseball, the ball up the middle, get a knock, and now use his wheels to hopefully get to second base.
His expressions are pure.
You know, he loves it. He loves the game of baseball, huh? He's having fun.
I love watching him.
I'm him. I'm trying to run as soon as possible. Give Gomes a shot right here. He's pinch hitting. Give him a shot to drive somebody in.
3 for 5 on Monday, 7 for his last 18. Yan Gomes watches an off-speed pitch off the plate.
It's a good count right here to go on.
Tough task, too, to pick up the last 6 outs on the road in a ball game with just a 1-run lead. That one hit Ben May. Home plate ump tonight.
Oh man. Vicious. For Gomes right there. Bednar got away with it. It was a fastball, kind of middle. Took a good hack at it. Oh man.
That was the one, right?
Yeah, you know, Bednar with 26 pitches right now. You can tell with the pitch selection and the location where he's missing. He's kind of missing a little bit too in the heart of the plate right now. He's not as up as he wants that ball. I'm intrigued that the catcher, if they're seeing that, and they'll make an adjustment with it and start calling more sliders, especially right now 1-2.
Career pinch hitting numbers. Morel was moving.
That's a good jump.
Yeah, if the ball finds the gap.
Yeah.
He'll be ready. So curve, doubled up on a heater, and then splitter.
Yeah, secondaries need to be crucial here for Morel. He's got to take a good secondary, make sure ball in the gap. He's scoring.
Nice bat to have off your bench, your backup catcher, who would start for most teams. He can really swing at Yan Gomes. "27 tosses tonight from Bednar. Also, he had to deal with us earlier in the game.
Oh yeah, he's had a busy day.
He has. Runners moving. Gomes with a drive to center. It looks like it's going to hang around in the ballpark, and it will. Game over. 6-out save for David Bednar to salvage a game in this series for the Pirates. A 3-2 victory. Got to sneak in the poll question. Tonight's YouTube player of the game is Jack Sawinski, Michael Chavis, Brian Reynolds, or Key Brian Hayes. Can't vote for David Bednar. He was money as well. Sawinski with the home run that was the difference. I feel like we might nudge our audience that way, but hey, it's up to you. Polls open right now. You decide. Sawinski has a night that he will not forget with his fam hanging around at Wrigley tonight and watching him go long. And now 30 minutes all about the Pirates and the Cubs on YouTube starts now.
All right, gentlemen.
It's the postgame show. coverage presented by State Farm. Good one tonight.
It was.
It had it all. Nice pace, hometown kid with a homer. Pirates playing catch-up in this series and grabbing a win before they head out of town and have an off day tomorrow. So they went with the bullpen game as a strategy that the coaching staff definitely wanted to implement on a night where they felt like the offense wasn't finding it this week. So let's really kind of empty the bullpen out, which I would say is the bright spot on this Pirates team so far this season. There is some serious talent coming out of that bullpen for Pittsburgh, and they get the W. So Scott Brunn and Yonder Alonso calling the game and hanging out with you post-game as well. The Cubs dropped to 15-21 on the season, and now Pittsburgh ups their record to 16-21 on the season. So pretty close in the standings, these two squads, and they're in the 3 and the 4 spot in the National League Central. What'd you think? We had a lot to do tonight.
Yeah, we did. Look, I think for me it was all about pitching, right? And we talked about it earlier in our show when we talked about the future of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we said, hey, it starts with pitching. And today there was put on display, right? We talk about Crow, Keller, Underwood, and Bednar. Over 10 strikeouts for the Cubbies. And that bullpen, it was electric. We saw some nasty stuff with some changeups, some sliders, some good heat at 96, 97. I really like what I saw from their bullpen, for the Pittsburgh Pirates bullpen. It was tremendous.
The Cubs are 3-9 in one-run games. That's been the problem for them. 12-12 in the rest. Pirates pick up the victory, wipe away a little skid where they had fallen in 4 of their last 6. The man who makes the difference joining us right now. Oh, I'm pumped for this. Jack Sawinski. Post-game interview with us, and we'll see if you win player of the game as well. That's being decided by fans at the moment. Jack, first off, congratulations. We heard from your fan multiple times. I don't know if you know that yet, but we'll see if we can run something back for you too. The solo homer in the 5th. Jack, congrats on the W and the homer. How did that one feel for you growing up in this area?
That, it's hard to put into words. I mean, it's an incredible feeling. That's something you think about your whole life, and then actually happening. I mean, you couldn't think of it anything like that, really. I mean, just undescribable.
Guide us through your home run in the 5th that ended up being the last run that we saw tonight in this game.
Yeah, I was just trying to go up there and have a competitive at-bat. I knew he was going to be working with those cutters and the sliders, just trying to stay on him and hit something to the big part of the field, kind of work the other way maybe. But I think, I think it was like 7 or 8 pitches in that at-bat, and honestly, as I went on and on, I kind of felt a little bit more comfortable, just trying to hold my balance a little bit better, and then makes a good pitch, and I was able to put a good swing on it.
Yeah, it was 8th pitch of the at-bat. Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, I also have some breaking news for you. That's yours.
Oh, snap. That's dope.
The YouTube player of the game.
That's dope.
There we go.
That's cool. That's cool. That's what's up.
As if tonight wasn't memorable enough, we open up the poll. You are the YouTube player of the game. Congratulations.
That's crazy.
I want to say, how does it feel? But, like, literally, how does it feel? Because you can do a little, not bench press. You can do some bicep curls with that thing.
Yeah, this is big. This is heavy. It has a little weight to it too. No, this is legit. This is awesome.
We're showing your dad tipping his cap to you when you hit the homer. He was kind of doing that. I don't know if you can see us, but he was kind of doing this too.
Right.
It was awesome. So, Jack, congratulations on winning that.
Yeah. I just want to ask you real quick. You've had over 60 at-bats right now in the big leagues. How much fun is it for you? How much are you learning on the fly? And we saw it today in your at-bat, making those adjustments throughout your long 8-pitch at-bat for the homer.
I'm having a ton of fun. I mean, this is something that you think about for so long, and then I was actually in the dugout, and a few of the guys were just saying, just stop, look around, and just remember to smile no matter what. And that was right before that at bat, so I got to give them a little shout out in the dugout. Just keeping me calm, keeping me cool, and just remembering to have fun. We're playing a game, but it's awesome.
Hey, Jack, I want to know, did you get the ball by any chance?
I think someone told me they had it.
All right.
So I'm about to find out.
Who are you going to give it to, or are you going to keep it?
No, I'll probably give it to my family before I leave. I know they're going to be hanging out, so hopefully I could get that to them real quick. I know they would like that.
I think your family has the baseball, because your dad was holding a baseball. We showed it late in the game, and I'm like, there's no way he just is randomly holding a baseball. He's not like that, right? It's probably your home run ball.
Nah, I don't know. I was out there in left for a little while with a few of my family and friends. I was throwing a couple balls out there. Maybe he
okay.
snagged one. I don't know. I was trying to hit a couple people in the chest, but
probably reached over there. I love it. Well, Jack, thank you so much for joining us. Go celebrate this. Enjoy this. Congrats on the dub and the homer and the YouTube Player of the Game trophy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank
Jack
you.
Zawinski from the Chicago area. He's played here as a kid, and wow,
that's something, huh?
That was his day.
Yeah, he won it by a landslide.
Yeah. Oh, not even close.
I mean, come on.
I kind of want to know, like, who vote. Well, maybe Chavis is getting love just because he was mic'd up.
Yeah.
And he had a nice night. Yeah, he did have 3 hits. Brian Hayes with an excellent game on defense as well, as usual. And Reynolds getting a little bit of the pie as well. But this is the big man. Jack Zawinski, the outfielder for Pittsburgh, recently called up and playing in a spot that he grew up hanging out.
Jim Leyland was always honest, and if he hurt your feelings in the process of telling you something honest, he didn't care because he thought it was in your best interest.
He just had very little tolerance for not playing hard.
He might not be able to get it. Bust your ass back there. You never know.
He's like, get yourself ready to play. If you're not, I'll find someone else that will. And that was a strict message.
Yeah, he's old school. Old school means you do things the right way.
Jim Leyland is, I think, the deepest, most knowledgeable baseball man that I know that's still living. Jim was not just smart, but he was gutsy. He was going to take the best shot to win, did not care about being second guessed.
I did my job, and I can look in the mirror.
Jim Leyland never takes credit for a win and always takes blame for a loss. And as a player, you can really appreciate that.
The game belongs to your players, and they're the guys that won it. I didn't have a lot to do with it.
I think he's one of the most amazing leaders in any sport of our time.
We had a fun one here at Wrigley Field tonight. It was a great game all around. Let's just take a look at the highlights.
Drew Smiley, the left-hander on the mound, and David Ross said, yeah, he's been solid, mid-3s ERA. He's been consistent. He's executing. And he fools Brian Hayes with that knuckle curve. Strikeout number 1. Chavis is down on strikes. The curveball again. Let's start with Will Crow, who's on the mound. And a couple days ago, Mitch Keller was told he would not start today. There's no injury, no problem. He's just coming out of the bullpen. And this is Crow's 4th career start. And Contreras doesn't wait, but Hayes makes a beautiful play. The vacuum at the hot corner.
Joe Soley done right there. I mean, that's how you teach it, kids.
To left center, and that one is gone. Ian Happ powers up for his 3rd home run of the season. It's 1-0 Cubs.
Oh, it's a party early on.
We spent some time at the alt site together last year.
On the alt site, that's what we did. There we go.
3rd strikeout already for Smiley. Drew Smiley is on an absolute strikeout spree.
I might review this. He surely thought it was gone.
Did it hit the top of the basket?
After review, the call is confirmed. The ball is in play. The runner will stay at second base.
There you go.
There you go.
Brian Hayes off to 3rd, and he's in there. He's going for it up the middle, and the Pirates are on the board for the first time in this series. Chavis brings home Hayes. It's 1-1.
That's a good piece of hitting right there. Out over, up in the zone like we were talking about. He didn't try to do too much. That's an easy pitch right there to roll over. He stayed through it. He stayed short with it. Just a nice, really good piece right there. When you see that back elbow kind of as tight as you get with your ribs, that's a tight swing right there. That's a short, easy swing, not trying to do too much.
away, and Vogelback's going to bring in another for Pittsburgh. That's bobbled and left by half, so the run will score easily.
That is a nice piece of hitting right there.
And the Pirates bats wake up for the first time in this series.
Oh, good play.
Diving stop at third. Morel gets up quickly and makes a nice play.
The athleticism was unreal right there. You can see a little flashes right there of just how durable and quick he is at third base. That first step, boom. Showing an absolute cannon for an arm. It's very hard to post every day, and you've done that for a long time.
Drilled to right field, and it is heading back towards the wall. It'll bounce up against it. Seiya Suzuki logs a double to lead off the fourth.
That was nice right there.
So nice. He goes oppo so well, man.
Yeah.
Lets the ball travel.
Good hitters go oppo.
And the changes he's made.
Schwindel rips one into left, and that's going to tie up the ball game. RBI not Frank the Tank.
He's fired up.
Yeah, he is.
Love it. Love Frankie.
He had the changeup going. He was the good fastball. Oh, look at that.
The arm finding the left side, which is the right side, if you know what I'm saying. One runner, but caught in between is Schwindel. Little too aggressive heading for third, and he's toast heading back to second.
Good heads-up play right there by Hayes, understanding that he took a bigger turn than what he wanted, but there was somebody there in Chavis. Good heads-up play all around.
Payoff. And it's drilled. Carrying deep center towards the wall, and it's gone. So Wensky goes long.
With his parents here, his whole family here, that's got to feel special. Make sure you get that ball, kid.
Hometown kid gives the Pirates the lead. Parents ecstatic.
Take three.
Efra's painting the outside corner and getting the call. Contreras down on strikes. He has not missed much lately.
We talk about Keller, not missing up in the zone like that with Contreras, and he ain't too happy about it.
And Castillo gets it past the right side of the infield, and a leadoff base runner for Pittsburgh.
Look at the secondary. Look how late he reacts. He reacted late. Usually after that secondary, you want to take that hard jab back to the first base bag, but if you don't see it because it's the left-hander, you caught in no man's land right there, and it becomes a tighter play. There he goes.
Roll up another YouTube poll. There's Contreras with a test and throw. Got him this time. Castillo gone down at second.
He's so good.
Do not mess with that right throwing arm right now. Castillo gave it a try and comes up empty. So do the Pirates in the sixth. Okay, this is us in real life now, live on YouTube, okay? Let's finish this up.
Let's go.
I like to clarify, because you've been listening to our voices for the last few minutes. David Bednar is nasty.
There he is. 30-plus pitches. He was electric. He kind of was grinding there at the end, but he got it done.
One of my friends texted me, Bednar is too dominant, throws aspirin tablets and bowling balls.
Yeah, that's very accurate right there. That's for sure.
He's money. He's a producer. He knows what he's talking about.
How about this kid, though? Morel
keeps the Cubs alive with 2 outs, but Yan Gomes got under one.
Yeah.
At least he made.
But a good at bat.
Yes. And your State Farm game summary looks like this. Zawinski with his 3rd career home run. Smiley had a strong start, and then things unraveled a bit for him, not giving as much length as desired. Pirates grab a win in the series after the Cubs took the first 2. And Amy G, you spoke to who we believe is the current and future star of this ball club. How'd it go?
Well, Key Brian Hayes is fantastic, and you guys know the overwhelming storyline tonight is the current star, Jack Suwinski, hometown kid coming up big. But, hey, the other storyline, the Pirates with a much-needed win this evening. The offense runs have been very hard to come by for this team, and they were able to snap a 20-inning scoreless streak. And so I caught up with Key Brian Hayes to talk about the offense showing a little life tonight.
Just trying to get the ball up in the zone and be aggressive early in the count. And I mean, last couple days, even when we were back at home, we were hitting the ball hard, but we were hitting it right to people. And but yeah, I mean, we just been stressing like, get your pitch. If you don't get it, take your walks. Yeah. Move the line. Keep guys up to the plate. That makes it hard for the other team, and then ultimately the goal is to get into the bullpen, and I think getting into the bullpen today, that also helped us. But yeah, just overall having better at bats and getting some balls to find some holes.
Absolutely, right? Isn't that's the name of the game? Your skipper, Derek Shelton, was talking a little bit earlier today about the chemistry evolving with this group and the positivity you guys show, even if things aren't going the way you hope. Can you share a little bit of insight in what you're seeing evolve with this group?
Yeah, I mean, we're a super young team, and we're all still learning, trying to get better. And a guy like Daniel Vogelbach, he's been a great addition to our team, kind of a veteran presence for us, been on winning teams. So, I mean, no matter what the score is in the dugout, you're going to hear him the whole game, like saying, let's go, guys, let's go, things of that nature. So I think that's real big for us by us having a young team. Like, I mean, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs, a lot of days where you feel terrible at the plate, but to have someone like that, every time you come in off a defense, like saying, let's go, guys, let's go, all that little stuff, I think it helps.
Talking about young guys, one of the great stories of tonight's game is Jack Suwinski from the Chicago area, gets to hit a home run in front of his entire family. His dad's in tears. Just your take on watching that story play out?
Yeah, I mean, like, I couldn't imagine getting the call from AA like that, like how he did. And but I mean, he's making the most of the opportunity, and he's having big league at bats. Like, it looks like but I mean, I seen him in spring training, and I was like, okay, yeah, that guy can hit. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, to be able to hit a home run in front of your family, and I know my dad was crying when I hit my first one in the big league. So yeah, I mean, he's an unbelievable teammate, great guy in the clubhouse, and I mean, he doesn't seem like he's too fazed by the big moment and all that type of stuff, but I mean, yeah, that's sweet for him to be able to do it in his hometown at Wrigley, such a historic park, and in front of his family and friends.
Last one for you, and you already kind of led me there mentioning your dad, because we saw this wonderful father-son relationship play out tonight, and baseball gives us that. And you and I chatted yesterday, and I was just hoping you would share what you mentioned about the advice that your dad gave you on comparing yourself and also using the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, one thing he kind of told me is, because I mean, you get asked that all the time, like coming up through the minor leagues and all that, like, who do you model your game after and all that, and he kind of just told me, like, you're your own player, like, you're you, like, work to be the best version of you. And yeah, about the thing, like, in the mirror, just each day at home, whenever you get home, take a shower, whatever it may be after the game, I mean, that person in the mirror is going to tell you if you put 100% effort in that day in your early work, your at-bats in the game, defense, all that type stuff. And then, like, the main three things he kind of told me, just probably since I was little, is just got to work hard every single day. There's always hundreds and hundreds of millions of people wanting to be in your position. Don't take any day for granted. And then ultimately just have fun. It's a game at the end of the day. Kids from all ages play it, so you can't, you're gonna fail more than you succeed in this game, especially. So you just gotta find the positive things throughout the day to just keep you in a positive mind frame. And then once the game's over, you wash it off, and the next day is a brand new day.
Charlie Hayes knows a little bit about what he's talking about. I love they told you to take a shower as well. Key Brian Hayes, thanks so much for joining us.
No problem. think.
Okay, so we're all walking away from this game much wiser. We've all gotten such great advice in tonight's game from dads giving it to their sons. And here's the deal. The Pirates now putting together 3 out of their last 5 that they've won. They're putting the pieces together. And as Key Brian said, and you guys can add, this is a young team. Patience is going to be the key. One thing's for sure. Jack Sawinski and his dad, Tim, they're going to sleep very well tonight. Gentlemen.
Amy, that was awesome. And Key Brian Hayes is so well spoken. And it is a dad and just family themed night. It's like Father's Day coming early here on YouTube. But the impact, and of course, Key Brian has advice coming from a big league father. So that stands out. And that's part of, I think, why he's come to the big leagues and looks so kind of calm, collected, and like he belongs, and just has the heartbeat that you want, right?
Yeah. He's got the right guys. He's got the right dad. He's got the right family. The needs that you need to succeed in the big league level. But, you know, got to give a lot of credit to Derek Shelton, right? The manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's kind of that cool, calm, collective guy. I really like what he's done. And even today, you know, they've had a tough kind of stretch, but today that didn't faze them, right? They were out there. They played clean baseball. They pitched. They had really good pitching all around in general. They played good defense, and they had timely hitting.
You know what I noticed? They played this one like their own version of a playoff game, like a must-win game. Bullpen game, our best arms.
Yeah.
Offense isn't clicking right now, so let's pitch them. And that's what they did. They played to their strengths, and they did it well. Pirates 3, Cubs 2. And we'll come back with your Curious Creator questions. Yonder has answers.
I'm in.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Are you kidding me?
It's gone. He's got another.
Mike's up. Mike check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life.
Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over. There it is. There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
Drumline, loving it. Always going strong on the postgame show presented by State Farm. Strong day for Michael Chavis at the plate and on the mic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Let's do it. That's why I wrote in my book. I'm calling it a changeup.
Strike 3.
Bang him. Good spot.
Ha!
Ooh! 3-0 slider? Dang, 3-0 slider. Come on, Key.
I thought for sure that was 11.
Bro, we were betting on you and everything, dog. We had your back.
Strike 3.
Ah, that's a good spot. Yep. Ooh, the one dude looking away. I like that our bad boy is full uni and theirs isn't. I don't like that theirs isn't. I just like that ours is, you know? Hi, boy Mitch. Aye, tell me that was the knob just so it doesn't hurt. Please. It came off kind of hard. Oh, this gum is getting old. And I've had this since this morning. I got a bad habit of like starting a piece of gum and just sticking with it till it's like falling apart. It's really gross because like I'll be at this moment where I'm aware I need a new piece and just, I guess life just speeds up on me and I don't get another piece. It's just how I chew gum, man. I'm just being real with you, bro. I mean, I'm not 6'7", so I gotta be funny. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm getting rid of this gum. Already feel like a better person.
New piece?
Yep, new piece, new me. There you go.
That piece had a ribby in it.
Can't take those ribbies back. That average goes up and down. You can't take that ribby back. Bum, ba-da, dun, dun. Dun, 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 bum, bum. Who's up? Hello, baby. Baby, not there for me. When, yeah. I remember syrup sandwiches and allowances. When I stop rapping right there. Nice swing, brother. Good to see you, man. Keep swinging it. All right. Hard hit ground ball to me. I'd really like to do that cool play where we throw it to third base and we get the lead run. Thinking ahead, you know. Tried to do it game one. Just wasn't the right time. Might be the right time now. Dwayne Underwood, product of Pope High School, Marietta, Georgia. Same school my fiance went to. They got a good baseball program over there. In Sprayberry, the visiting bullpen used to be back behind the right field wall. And when we played Pope, Dwayne was warming up there before the game, you know, because he's pitching and everything like that. And he was the first person that I saw that threw like really hard, because he was throwing like the same deal in high school. He's like 96. And I just remember him being out behind that right field wall, warming up, throwing fastballs in the bullpen. And I just heard the pop of the glove, and I'd never heard anything like that. And I was like, wow, this guy's good. You can dunk, right? Yeah. Don't tell me you're 6'7" and can't dunk. You can dunk.
I can dunk.
Okay, can you palm a basketball?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure you're not used to 6'7", you know? Like, what if you're like 6'7" and you just had like baby hands, and they're like, hey, you wanna play basketball? And you're like, no, I can't even grip a softball, dog. Yeah.
That'd be super unfortunate.
Do it, Jack, attaboy. Yeah! Yes, sir.
Forever, dog.
Forever.
Forever Michael Chavis. He was excellent. Do you think he knew he was mic'd up tonight or what? I mean, he was narrating the game for us.
He was. Yeah, he was. He was just, it felt like old school baseball, too. That's usually what happens when you're out there. You just start talking to yourself, although he was he was talking to us.
Yeah, he was. He knew. He knew. Mic'd up, and hey, it worked out well for him. And also the gum bit, that was
really
hilarious.
Good.
Hey, curious creators, we have some questions from our creators that hung out with us in the chat for the entire game. Benny No, who do you think would be a good mic'd up guy for next week? Obviously, Miggy would be a go-to pick. Anyone else from those teams that stand out?
I like Miggy, maybe Baez.
Oh, Baez.
Buxton? Scoop? How about
Byron
Scoop?
Buxton.
Because he speaks like 5 languages.
Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, Scope.
Scope would be good. Carlos Correa would be
fantastic.
Amazing if we've got him. Yonder, what's your go-to kick as you talked about?
Well, I like my fours.
Austin?
Jordan fours, man. Those are my kind of go-tos. Jordan fours all day.
Yours were awesome too.
These are sweet.
Yeah, they're really nice. You can just go back, just scroll back. I don't remember when it was, middle of the game. Just watch the whole thing back. It's fun, I promise. Lastly, Healy 6. Bednar was a lot of fun to watch tonight. He's emerging as one of the NL's best closers. Do you see him as a trade piece come July for the Pirates? I'll start this off. No, because I mean he's team control. Like he's there for at least 3 or 4 years still.
This is
under contract or under team control with the.
This
arbitration
is
and all
one
of
of
that.
The few cases where he's a home guy.
That's a good
Lock
call, too.
him up. He's a home guy. If he continues his stretch, don't trade him. Lock him up. He's got to stay wearing that uniform.
I'm with you. I think this is the guy. He could be the closer for the next great Pirates team that ends up in the postseason. So there are your answers. Thank you so much for the questions from our curious creators. You did awesome. Yeah, it was a good night for the Pirates. 3-2 victory over the Cubs. We do this every week, just about. So it's free on YouTube. And next week we are staying in the Midwest. We should just stay here. It's awesome. But I'm saying like stay here until next week. We have the Tigers taking on the Twins. Can't wait. Yeah, it's right there. 12:30 Eastern is when the coverage begins. So let's say goodnight just for a week and then come back and spend more time with us. Game of the Week live on YouTube keeps racking up miles to the Midwest. Tigers Twins 1 week away. And for the slugger, Yonder Alonso, Amy G reporting, and our superstar crew making this all happen every game. They were all over everything. Yonder was calling for things, and it was like they knew. We're really on the same page, aren't we? We're logging out for now. I'm Scott Braun. See you next week for more free baseball on YouTube. Cheers to you.